Welcome to the final days of Mario Maker 1 before Wii U and 3DS online services go down. 3 days remain, which means, of course, that it is well past time to panic. We're not going to see nearly close to everything we had hoped to see, even though we've been running Maker 1 fairly consistently since early January. But we're going to take in what we can, and today we're going to begin with a set of 5 levels, kind of a miniature world of its own, that is by Bilbo, somebody who was an extremely popular and decorated maker. In the first year or so of the game, we just played his level for 1YMM, but otherwise a lot of his profile is new to me, including many of these tributes to other makers that are surely a sign of how tightly knit he was with the community at the time. We are going to run Skewerland, though. Skewerland is this set of 5 levels, 4 and a boss that is its own little world here. And again, some of these levels individually came very highly recommended, so I thought we'd just do them all together. Beginning with Skewerland 1, Burchette Meadow. Alright, so everything's gonna spawn. I like how these blocks just kind of keep you occupied here while everything gets set up on the first screen. I guess we should be... Whoop. Riding a donut block. Notice that this skewer gets trapped down below, well, because it is just there to activate the note blocks. It's not really doing anything else for us there. And again, the skewer starts in this position where it's extended. It's note blocks, and then it's done, so... We will, of course, always be going for all optional content where we can. This is going to be a bit of a tricky curve over here. I think we should have probably tried to get this on the way down, but that's okay, we have it. So, skewers trapped by the ground overlap. And then this is going to break open eventually. And then we do have to grab this. Oh, P-switch down there. Let's... Oh, I see, P-switch. I was wondering what was going to activate the P-switch because we didn't really get a clear look at the right side. But of course you have to take a bit of a risk there to get that last coin. Yeah, we'll just let this go down first. Mind your head, whoops. That's the problem when you're tall, is that the top corner becomes a bit of an issue. We should crouch jump out of it if we can. And, well, let's do this again briefly. There we go. Headroom here is going to be a bit touchy again, but we'll get it. And we have to fall in towards this one. Catch it just barely. So the P-switch is on a timer, it seems, with something coming down towards it once we load in that screen. We didn't really see what loaded in. Oh, it's a muncher and a conveyor. Okay. Thought it might be something like that. Let's find a better timing to grab the P once the muncher comes down. Once again. I mean, ideally we'll try to get coin 3 without damage, but that will require slightly better timing than what we've shown off so far. That's okay, we'll just take this. And wait for vines. Yeah, just need a better timing window here before this last skewer comes up for the last time. Let's get here immediately. There's going to be checkpoints, preserving 4 coins. Progressive? Nope, just mushroom. Now this one here. I feel like we need to send an object towards it if we actually have one. Nope, we just spawned these. And indeed, yeah, we'll just drop down towards it. as the skewer issues a retraction. Let's camp here while the mole does its business. Taking it a little bit slowly, perhaps, but whatever gets us through the day. Anyway, let's get over here. Anything on this side? Nope, doesn't seem like it. We'll not test that too thoroughly. Anyway, P-switch in this location. P-switch is going to stop the skewer, but we can just run past this one, though, so... Oh, no, we can't, because... Yeah. Let's... Oh, whoops. Take a very unnecessary hit. And yeah, we do need to do everything on a single P-switch. That much is clear. Let's go back to these coins. Over here, we should be at 6 coins by the time we're in that location, so stopping everything first. No particular incentive to raise some of these from below, I think, but we'll take it cautiously from here. And just one at a time. Okay, should be another shroom in this location. And then we'll just go quickly. Now, oh yes, I see. That's okay, oh, that's going to cut through though, so that's actually going to be a problem. Because we can't reach that now. That's okay, we'll take a dive. We just read that a little bit late. But we will get everything we can. Oh, no, that was an awful miss. Anyway, let's head down here. Raise everything and then fall towards that appropriately. And then this bit is fairly simple here. Bit of a filler element. And we won't bother with mushroom in case we need to go back for it. Shouldn't be any reason to. If the skewer wants to come over here now, then we just grab this like that. The timing does work excellently. This is probably another shroom. We'll ignore it for the time being. This coin was just screaming of one-ups. And what do we have here? This will retract and we'll just go around. Whoops. Retract and go around. As we were saying. That was not well timed. That's okay, we know the drill at this point. Wrap around this way, and then... pop that. And let's go dip. Oh, nope. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Nope, just total miss. We were a little bit delayed upon the initial activation of the P-switch anyway, so that was bound to be an issue. You have to estimate the P-switch expiry fairly accurately there. But we will do it. And over we go. Just gun it right away. Should have noted the time. We got it. And we'll just be cautious in the next segment over here. And by cautious, I mean we'll just speed away over. Yeah, let's let this retract first. Nope, that's going to be a tricky timing without being able to take point of damage the way that we were doing, so... And we will, of course, grab checkpoint with 1 coin remaining that we have not seen. Hopefully it's just 1 coin remaining. Lost to safety. Oh! And then there's going to be a little bit of back and forth over here, it seems. But... yeah, there's a coin to the right, coin to the left, and of course... as we've been saying, the notion of a safety coin for the final coin collection was not that well established in 2016. Whoops. And that's something we should keep in mind. That key death is a real possibility. You do see safety coins in that area, of course, but it's much less of an expected norm. And that I think a lot of makers were also content to just have clearing without checkpoint be a hard mode challenge of sorts when it comes to doing the full collection. So it's going to be trapped, and we'll work way up. Anyway, up here we will not have Yoshi because we don't have a cape or a P-switch. But maybe we can exit out this pipe. And... no, we can't actually. So I guess we would have needed some kind of P-switch activation prior to this, or a cape feather, which... I mean, given the little coin cage around here, I sort of thought it implied P-switch. But I don't know where that would come from. So maybe there actually was a cape at some point as a progressive power-up and we just never saw it. Regardless, this is going to be an ending. And we'll just sit on the goal. Like I said, this is a set of 5, so we'll be going on to Skewerland 2. And if we want to double back to Bilbo's profile at some point, we might. It's one of the very popular ones that I just didn't have a chance to schedule in when it comes to doing it completely, but as you can see, there were a few levels like this one that absolutely blew up. And it might be worth a look later. Let's take a look at number 2 here, which is Shish Kebab Cavern. Same kind of power-up scheme as before, where it's actually the turn blocks that give you the mushrooms. And here we will, of course, whoops, lower both. Nothing in the pipe, because the pipe I think is just meant to be aesthetically continuous with the previous level, which is something that we've seen very commonly when it comes to people doing makeshift super worlds in Maker 1. Yeah, they are consistently going to give you mushrooms, so here we do need to walk both down. Oh, and you need to be more accurate than I've been doing. There we go. Nice way to do that, actually. And you do need all coins in this segment. It's not an optional collection. So we'll bypass this. And see how things develop. Oh, and then we need to open this gate, because now that you've been shown the central mechanic, it is time to proceed. Thwomp over here. Of course, there are no side thwomps in this game, so it's just there to kind of restrict space and maybe promise something else to come, but we'll see exactly what that is. I don't know what that thwomp is doing there, actually. I think it's just purely cosmetic. As are these ones over here, where we're descending into the domain of thwomps, perhaps. So now we have a slightly more sensitive placement. Oh, we should have gone for that one up first, but that's okay. That's alright, we'll just miss it. Go for this one, though. So, a little bit of optional content there for those who like it. And yeah, now it's showing you, of course, that the thwomps can lower the donuts, and that the skull platforms don't restrict the skewer, rather importantly. But they do restrict the thwomps, which is an interesting way to set up that interaction. So, yeah, we do need this to land on the donut block, and after that, we do need to get out of the way for the skewer. So let's let it fly back. We need to give it a bit of room, as we've discovered with many levels in the past. And, oh, too late. Nope. Got to time this somewhat. Otherwise it will just take much too long. Whoop, okay, thought it was not going to go yet. And now we do need the thwomp to be given a little bit of room to float all the way back, so it is going to be a bit of a slow-going interaction sometimes, but the first skewer will be trapped, but we do need to let the thwomp ride it out. Drop it, and hopefully the skewer punches relatively quickly. And mushroom down the pipe, plus a reset for some reason. Reset must be something to do with a track over there. Ah, yes, because the thwomp gets trapped, so you only have one shot at the thwomp, basically, because it is coming down on a track. Interesting way to develop this, where you are then required to have the thwomp work not only in the right location, but at the right time. That's going to be much too late. But you can let the thwomp float again, and try it again, as long as you don't lower it below the one-way panels too soon. So this timing should work. And then the resets again are necessary to get the thwomps back on the track. Oh, that's going to be a little bit off. Sort of wonder if you can get a thwomp to float down here and then float all the way over such that you can get on top of the top left there. I don't think it'll ever go low enough, though, to really do that properly. Oh, let's not lower it just yet. This is going to miss, I think. So we'll just let it float and take it cautiously. Oh, we'll take it back this way. Don't have a good visual sense of the range sometimes, but nope, it's going to be too late. Might be easier to just use the reset door anyhow, but we'll see how tight we are on time. There we go. That should do. That didn't seem to do it. Huh, that was odd. I should absolutely have punched through. And it's very strange that it didn't. But we're through. Now we get a key. What you need to do at this point is you need to stop the thwomp on this platform and then float it over, I believe. Yeah, you let it float. Kind of reminds me of this one particular puzzle world by Funked that we played in Maker 2. It hit the donut as it was falling. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, because I guess a donut was sort of near the bottom position. Kaiser Wilhelm, welcome. After we are done with this set, we'll play a few from your profile. We're doing this as a set of 5. I think you had actually recommended one of the levels in here. This is Bilbo's Scuba Land. So, it's a P-switch timer. So we basically just stall. Oop. A little bit better than that, perhaps. And find the safe locations until the P-switch is activated, but then we're totally going to misread that. So, quite a ways to go as we back down into this chamber. And we'll take it patiently, just to give each segment maximal time to reload. Need to find a better rhythm for this, I think. Because sometimes my estimates for when a platform will become available again are somewhat off, and yeah, see, that's not exactly working out here. And then you kind of need to activate 2 and then jump to a safe location, I guess, or maybe it's better to sort of activate as soon as possible. Because then you can, whoops, have something of a pattern here. We jump the gaps, of course. Bilbo makes the levels with actual skewers. Kind of makes the levels with makeshift skewers. Yeah, that's often very true. And then, whoops, totally just missed that jump as it was retracting. Just figuring out which object we want to be looking at throughout this. There's going to be a certain rhythm to it. And then if you can get something rather regular, then start making it over. That's jumping a little too soon. I kind of feel like doing this back and forth pattern is not really the way to do it. We should be doing a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 or something. That makes a lot more sense, in fact, although we don't quite have the timing to do that accurately. One, and then we'll just choke at the last moment. But yeah, having a consistent cycle is much, much better. You will have to activate number 1 anyway, so... I mean, it has to be in this order anyhow, so... 1, 3, and then I'm gonna go back relatively quickly. Maybe not that quickly. But there is some kind of rhythm to it, to just get a consistent order. Yeah, having these come down together is not great. I think we just need a very good intuition sometimes for which donuts are going to respawn, and we totally threw ourselves off there, so... Well... Try this one again. Oh, whoops. That was right, we just didn't make the jump. Too busy watching the donuts rather than Mario's feet. Didn't think that was going to make it. Whoops. This is a uniquely Maker 1 problem that we slip off the edges and so many jumps all the time. There is something quite subtly different. I think I was coming off the corners in this game. Oh, yeah, having them simultaneously coming down is, of course, really not great. If this would just like to get me across, that's fine. And that's going to be the goal, but of course we're going to try to hit the top. And we'll do it. And it'll be some kind of aesthetic pipe transition again into the next level in the set. And thank you for the GG. Skewerland 3, Prickly Gauntlet. And welcome, Natcat. Okay, how prickly are we talking here? Well, let's descend and find out. Oh, okay, so it's a mole survival level. At least we think it's just gonna be moles. Mole survival room, I guess. And yeah, now that the last one has been opened up, presumably it holds the key. And we'll come through. Yeah, so the one holding the key is out in the open, of course, because it can't be inside one of the blocks. And then at the end of this segment, it becomes available. But then, of course, the other ones do keep spawning continuously, so we need to hit the right target and proceed. Now there's a complication. As we let the skewer punch through a column at a time, and it'll be the bottom of the last stack, I'm sure, that we have to make it over. Cool way to use the skewer clock, yeah, very much so. Well, there's a coin here and a flag over there. I feel like taking the coin precludes you from going to the flag, and we actually do have to choose. Or do we? Yeah, it was a one-way panel, so yeah. So basically, this gives you optional completion for doing it without a checkpoint, which I quite like. I always find optional or earned checkpoints to be something that is a little bit underused in Maker, usually because, again, Maker in both 1 and 2 tends to be so excessively focused on clear sometimes. What's coming down from the pipe? More moles, as expected. Oh, pipe stack, lots of moles. Well, let's watch out here as they bump each other on the way down. That's a whole lot of moles. And then lots of choke potential here, of course. And yeah, one of them at this point will be the key holder. That will be this one. Now we do need to dodge up top as we watch our feet for moles as well. Quite a lot of varieties of rooms here. Oh, do you need a mushroom to do this? You do need a mushroom in order to get the optional objective. Alright, didn't realize that, and I thought it was just going to be coin collection, so. You remember liking this one a lot. Yeah, you had made a level afterwards that had note blocks that would spawn a bunch of different enemies above you, but you never uploaded it. So yeah, it looks like, of course, if you get a key coin, then you go through here, you get Yoshi and a fire flower, and that would be the exit. But you would need to survive. Oh, and then you get to just bypass the mole over here, perhaps. We might still do the optional completion here, if we can. I mean, cosmetically we know how it looks. It's going to be keeping the mushroom, getting through the top pipe, and then just being able to bop the mole off the little rocket from the ground base. And, well, you don't get to bop him. King Mole escapes, yeah. I mean, King Mole is still coming, I suppose. Not really a separate secret room to look at, though, so I think we'll just proceed at this point. We did do the checkpoint, or rather clear without checkpoints, so rather satisfied with that. Although I kind of wonder with the way that this top segment is built out here, whether you can ride that up or something. Oh, it's a track that just kind of goes all the way up. Yeah. I'm curious. I think we did see everything we wanted to look at with the ending, but of course the mushroom condition was not clear to me. And we'll just have to watch out for that. I think this was the only mushroom spot in the level as far as I could tell, so we'll try it. We've been completionist about this so far. Some of these rooms do get a little bit busy though. But at least we know now what to look for. It's actually the stacked pipe spawn in that one room near the end that I'm probably most concerned about when it comes to potentially chaotic sources of damage. Caught him in midair. Very stylish. Yeah, this room just seems like a bit of a narrow escape near the end too with the 3 stack. And we do have to be careful with... Oh, yeah, no, that's gonna be bust. You kind of have to be perfect. And that makes sense too, that because it's a mushroom check at the end, that grabbing the first optional coin makes you bypass checkpoint, because checkpoint would give you a mushroom. Although, of course, you know, you could always just have a... Well, you couldn't have a mushroom check around that if you still wanted a mushroom requirement to keep something from the start. So, very necessarily, if you wanted a mushroom check to be something from the start, you have to do the no-hit check by making the player bypass a checkpoint along the way. So, definitely a lot of thought put into that, I think, when it comes to how the completionist objective would be laid out. We'll make a few attempts on it. I don't necessarily think we'll grind it out, but I just thought we'd do it out of curiosity. And we'll just let them continue over here. Nope. Seemed like it was a very narrow escape from this room last time that we did it successfully. So, that one's a bit of a concern as we get to the triple stack. And we'll just take these a set at a time. And we can usually keep our eye on one hole and key. And we'll just block this one as soon as it comes down. Now again, this is the room that is the real threat. We don't want to get stuff so far to the left when a triple stack comes down, I think, so we get it nice and early for that one. Possibly even cross over, and yeah, that gives you a lot more room to cross over in the first jump. That should be the strategy. Now we try to keep the mushroom past the later rooms, beginning with this one. I think it was here that we did take the hit. Oh, he took the hit earlier. That's right. Yeah, because you do need to stand between the skewers to be absolutely consistent about that. But that's okay, we have a method for the saw blade room now, so starting over is not too big a deal. As long as we're reasonably accurate. And then, here we go. This was all in May 2016. You have to remember that skewers were one of the last things added to the game. And so, whoops. Still a fairly novel element at a time, along with things like pink coins and e-doors, of course. I think the remarkable thing to observe about Maker 1 is just how quickly the technical knowledge developed. Now, we've seen so many profiles where the vast majority of the activity was in the first year, and this one included. Bilbo mainly uploaded, with maybe one exception, just in the first year of the game. I've seen a lot of people that were in that position, where they dropped off pretty quickly. Especially once we got into the Nintendo Switch era, perhaps. Whoop. But at the same time, the level of technical development in Maker by mid-2016 was very advanced. And I certainly didn't know it at a time because I didn't really interact with the community at that stage. And only learned about a lot of this stuff years later from catching up on Steve Gaming principally, but also some other channels. Now we have to watch out when moles are coming down later because they could fall and get bumped into this location, and then, yeah, this is a really tricky one as far as finding out where to stand. Won't necessarily be quite so completionist about every level, but we'll put in a reasonable effort since this is well within reach, but requires a bit of care and attention. Anyway, we'll just jump all these guys and make this through. And we'll just let these go. Oops. Spectacular miss. Not difficult, just a high choke potential. That's what this challenge is all about. Anyway, let's not lose to the easy stuff, if we can at all avoid it. Yeah, there's all 4 after this, as well as a boss. And there were some other popular miniature super worlds like this as well on this profile. As well as quite a lot of tributes to other makers, which we might want to look into at some point. By at some point, I mean if we can squeeze it in within the next 2 days. This is not the method I wanted, but we made it, so we'll take it. I'll just not take too many risks on the way over. The Podoboo effect on the side is kind of nice. Yeah, we have to watch out here. Now we want to do high jumps, actually. It's a big part of this. Okay, that was safe. Remarkably so. Anyway, here's the pipe room. So we're pretty close to the ending at this point. So the question is, do we bother to clear out? I'm actually thinking we don't, but we have to be very careful with the way that the balls disperse from the pipe as they come down. Because the idea is that if you spawn enough of them, then you can just jump all the way to the right and actually just keep on coming, so. But this way, we just don't worry about dodging anything, we just punch right through. Now here, though, we'll need to dodge in this room, and again, high choke potential, especially when you are tall and your headroom is comparatively restricted. But that's going to be it. Yeah, just a few snags and roadblocks along the way, but we made it through. And then we'll get to see the true ending. So we're gonna get rid of the mole, and then you get someone up here. Oh, okay, and everything disperses. Alright. Thought it might be something like that. Let's not... oh yes, and of course it just tucks away in the side, which is kind of a nice touch. And we'll take the true ending down here, because we're not going to fall into the pit. Alright, let's go on. King Mole's Spiky Run. Looks very spiky. World record by Stark. Stark, who we've been seeing some levels of in the past few days as well. Very impressive maker in his own right. Oh, whoops. Yeah, should have thought about this just cutting straight through. We're not in a good position here. We probably should have... First of all, realized that we still had some blocks to sit on because of the hard block logic here. With skewers, same as in Maker 2. Sometimes they cut the cheese, but not the rock. Or any meaning you so choose of cutting the cheese. Now, looks like when you have the double stacks of the hard blocks, you should just sort of wait a moment instead of trying to plug the auto scroll boundary. Yeah, the saw blade is supposed to slow you down, which we totally didn't acknowledge. That's okay. It's not like we were going to spin over all of this stuff as Super Mario anyhow. Auto scroll is going to make all the timings nice and regular, and so yeah, absolutely no cost of losing the mushroom there. So we have a bit of a P-switch run, but of course the auto scroll is going to restrict the time here anyway, so... Oh. I felt like I was supposed to jump on top of that when the P-switch expired, but we totally didn't see the time for it. P-switch at 145. Yeah, I thought I was supposed to just get on one of these coins. Yeah, 135. Then we come across here and down. Then it's just telling me to run. Maybe it's not telling me to run. Even though it's called King Mole's Spiky Run. I guess King Mole is the one who's running, technically. If that's the case. Let's not do that. Why would we? That's okay. We know where the next mushroom's located. It's fairly soon. Then up we go. Yeah, these guys mostly just need to outrun, I think. Because we're not going to be doing much in that location. We'll just get a mushroom right away, so not too costly there. Whoops. Just need to run over here and the moles will go down. Just one up. But of course everything's going to be quite well synchronized, given that it's auto-scroll. And then, well, not much to do here but hit the axe, because this guy, didn't we just kill him? Well, they have a way of coming back, I suppose. However, we did seemingly dunk him into lava, so now I suppose we'll have to see his final form as we head to the boss level. Thank you for the GG, Netcat. SL Boss, King Mole's Skewerfest. I don't remember being invited to Skewerfest. Very popular, this one of those, about 6,000 plays. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, so this mole forces you up. And occasionally have to jump up onto the next block and just kind of switch sides up and down. Yeah, the mole forces you up. Oh, we actually kill it. But if you're killing it, of course, it does imply that you're going to be coming up here. And yeah, there'll be a particular track timing. It alternates. Cut. We needed to climb. Okay, I was wondering if we had to just have a well-timed jump on top of a mole or something, but no, that's not the case. Let this open the way to the axe. Eventually. I think it's going to open the way to the axe, and then maybe it's going to be a timed P-switch interaction then with this block to the right over here. Unless you're given something like a feather to cut through, but it'll probably be a P. We'll find out. Now we do want to get onto this one right away if we can, without slipping quite so badly. And without getting punched in the face. Yeah, everything's one screen wide in this level, as you can tell from the axe placement, which is kind of necessary given that all the track timings do need to be controlled, and Therefore, everything does have an exact spawn timing. Oh, whoops. Maintain height for a little too long there. Sort of impressive that these track timings can be so well spread out with everything being loaded into the top half of the first screen. Must be quite a few complicated drop-offs of the tracks to make that happen. All the right timings. Oh. How did I totally fail to cling on to that? Wow, that was unexpected. Yeah, we can't really afford to miss. If we do, we do need to get back on right away. This ride is out, and let's look back down. Not the movement we were looking for, but okay. Whoop. Very easy to see what the potential points of failure are here. So we've gotten as far as Divine Climb so far. Maintaining the appropriate height as Divine kind of comes down the vertical track segment for one tile is part of the issue that we need to deal with here. Maybe doing a slightly higher jump to get on Divine is also going to be part of it. I think we pretty much want to fall off Divine, or at least stop climbing into it as soon as it's down from the vertical segment of the track. That is directly above our heads right now. I keep trying to bop this mole with the little corner bump on him. Now, we should probably not be taking so many risks for no reason. That's okay. Okay, try not to slip off the edge. At least not too soon. Oh, again, trying to get down at the right moment there, but it's a little tricky. Not a terribly long survival room, but got a lot to look at when it comes to each room feeling just a little bit different. Okay, that's a new record. Now, what are these blasters all about? Now it's going to hide the skewers to obscure the timing. Very interesting variation here that we see. That you kind of need to eyeball the rhythm instead of just watching when the skewers are retracting. Yeah, very interesting complication to the late phase of the fight that we definitely weren't expecting. Not an idea I see often at all either. In Maker 1 or 2. Just to have skewer hiding be the element that we need to look at. Oh, and we need to hit this block or we won't make it. I was trying to find an opportunity to hit it, but we waited much too long. Nope. Okay, let's run around over here. Slip right it off if we can. Yeah, it's very nice how different every room in this feels. It's very well paced. It's just packing in tons of variety all at once. And oh yes, it's not a key switch or anything, it's just that skewer on the right doing its job. We should have read that to begin with, but I didn't think about it just by passing the axe. Welcome in, Mario. Okay, let's take a look at some of Gilmore's. So yeah, at some point we might return to a little more Bilbo's profile because he's got a couple of interesting ones that are like tributes to various makers and, you know, some ultra viral lift levels and so on, but we'll see if we have room for it on one of the remaining streams since Maker 1 is wrapping up this weekend. But for now, let's punch in the code. Wii U gamepad is so nice for this kind of thing. Bramble Scramble. This was in May 2016. Yeah, we didn't really have time to go through Gilmore's profile exhaustively. I really wish I could, but in lieu of that, we received some specific suggestions, beginning with this one, so let's see what it's all about. That's obviously just going to be a track ride, actually. I sort of took a moment to register that we were in SMB3 here. Oh no, you're supposed to grab that and continue down to the right, I think. Yeah, that looks like a grab. No, actually you can kind of take it upstairs. No, that's way out of range. I was wondering about that. Well, let's read it, because I was reading this platform to the right and wondering, okay, can we actually reach that? Really don't think so, but I think we can kind of sweep up towards it if we're accurate. That could always be wrong. It could always just be the base of the vine there. We shouldn't be going for it, but it looks suspicious enough that I think we might be able to curve down. Yeah, it would be a difficult curve, though. I kind of think maybe we should bypass it. I don't think it gives you enough height to go up above, and it's a bit of a difficult curve coming down, so maybe we should bypass it for the moment. It's rather suspicious, though, for sure. Because, like, if you jump up towards it, what can you even do with it? Not much. It's hard to make this curve on the way down otherwise, so... Airship camera, Bob. I guess if you manage to snatch it away, you can sort of take it up to the next segment. Oops. Yeah, if you do a bit of a shorter jump towards it, and then you can head up to where the Koopa is. Unless we're supposed to come back with a star or something. Whoops. I'm going to try this regardless. I feel like it's doable. I feel like it is obtainable somehow. It's just we're not very accurate. Need a shorter jump, need a better grab. Also, it looks like you can climb through the piranha up top? No, maybe not. Maybe you can drop this down. Because can't you just do precision over here? But why would you? I mean, that looks like it's a very conspicuous protrusion that maybe we can get through. Not really going to get anything done here, though. So, maybe not. But if you activated this, it would be theoretically possible to kind of go through here and then blindly fall in, but you wouldn't want to do that if you don't know where you're going. I feel like there's going to be some kind of back and forth then that goes over to where the arrow is pointing about the Koopa. Maybe this is not going to be it. Yeah, see the additional track there? It implies to me that there's going to be some wraparound that goes back here at some point. Maybe. Oh, okay, the track comes over here. Then let's climb over to the vines, perhaps, and continue this way. How? Let's check up here first. I wonder if you can... Like, if you actually had a spring that you managed to locate to the left there, you could make your way over there eventually. This looks like something that we can make, though. So we will. I think you do, in fact, whoops. Need how to jump up here, though. I'll try to be a bit more accurate. This totally looks like a speed skip in making, though, to like pull that out early. And here, of course, it's possible to go left, but maybe not yet with the kind of jump height we're looking at here. Not yet. Still gonna try for it far too often. It just looks so suspicious. No. I think we just go back to playing standard. Electrodude, welcome. Yeah, that looks so tempting to pick up, but I'm just not enough of a precision player to make a serious run at it. Let's do this instead. The track has dropped off quite a while ago now. Grab POW, we'll use it to get up the step. As we saw before, if we want to get up there. Yeah, Electrodude, few more days, not very many. We're only getting through a fraction of what I wanted. But at the same time, I've played enough Maker 1 and enough good Maker 1 in the last few months that I feel like, even though there's so much I was missing, I can still tell myself honestly that I feel like I have seen a lot of good Maker 1, and probably more than most people have seen, including people who were active in the scene at the time. That, you know, we've had a quality experience in this game. And yeah, it fills us with despair. We will, of course, eventually be looking into the Pretendo network solution for continuing to play this game, but don't know yet whether we'll do it with modding the Wii U or with a CMU emulator, which would require me to have a new computer in order to stream off of it, so I'm gonna grab this guy. I feel like there's something we can do with him. And it's probably not that. We probably just needed to take that platform, in fact. Yeah, because no way can we do it at this point. And then, if that track came down here, though, it should have loaded up here and then allowed me to go backwards. So perhaps we despawned it and then respawn it. You know, just by getting far enough out of the way. Oh no, we have no POW anymore, though. Sort of interesting that there is this exploration aspect to this level that has quite a lot of back and forth to it. Quite a lot of potential routes to uncover. Oh, I see. It's going to be a shell throw into that spring area there. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, it's going to be a shell throw up here. It's not going to be anything else. And then question blocks might give you something at that point. We don't know what, but we'll find out. fact, we grabbed a POW up here. Why can't you just... oh, right, because you can't get back up here until you use the other platform. Whoops, no, let's not do that. Airship camera always confuses us a little bit. Yeah, I see the route now. I see where it's supposed to go. You take the shell back here and you throw it to the left. By riding the platform over, you have to keep the shell disabled, of course, until you get to that point. But I feel like that's the way. Yeah, a lot of that vast, sprawling nonlinearity that we associate much more with Maker 1 and 2. Which I often find Maker 2 is conspicuously missing. Oh, let's get up here. Pick up again. Ride it out again. And then, what kind of items are we getting here? Okay, good thing we didn't get whacked by the shell. That was fortunate. And of course, we do want to jump this, but then why can't we just... Well, we'd lose the boot, I think, probably. We try to do this bit ourselves, because it's very tempting to just try to send both the spring and the boot upstairs. See what we can do with it. But now that makes sense, that we can go back to the spring area up front. And then, oh. Yeah, and then keep the boot, and then use the boot to jump up the spring that we saw earlier. That makes a great deal of sense. Like, we get the boot and use it to come up here. So now that we know it's a boot, that actually allows us to put a whole lot of information together about how this level is structured, including potentially coming back up here if the platform for it exists. Whoops. Yeah, POW is up here next. It's quite visible as you make your way over. And we use the POW over here. Ding dong. And then, oh, let's follow it over. Drop and pick up every now and then just to keep it fresh. And then, yeah, head down. Well, better to just, you know, stand here and let the shell pass, because definite risk of dying to that thing. Nope, I keep trying to do that just to keep the extra spring to juggle it over. We're not going to juggle it over in any way, so I don't see why we're trying that. Bit of silliness over there. I always try to keep extra items, that's just... you know, the puzzle mentality talking, perhaps. Anyway, let's take this down. Oh, no, we needed to go that way. Okay. That's an oopsie. But I do see the way that this level wants me to. All this. But it does look like the potential for alternate routes is actually quite abundant here. We just haven't been able to show that off. So let's do this, climb up, ride it down, drop and pick up every now and then. Yeah, you're pretty sure there is some cheese. Yeah, I wasn't sure how much is intended, but You know, this is a better way to do it. No, we can't do it. I was thinking I'd just toss the spring up here instead. And nope. We need to stop messing around. Also, there's another platform that's available down there. Or the way back. If we want to take that platform as this platform again, which means that we can ride it back out to the right. And if you do keep the boot up to this point, well, we can't see the floor down there, that's the only thing. I think it's a pit. Okay, so maybe you can't keep the boot up to this area. Because I was definitely thinking, what if you had the boot over here and climb up that way? Maybe we would have to go back there at some point to loop around this side with the boot. But if that's the case, we'd be going right to left, not left to right. And let's ride this over. That's down. And yeah, let's not mess around this time. Let's just get on the platform as it's coming down. At this point, we can take out some of these guys, but we can also just jump straight up and come up here. Notice that you could technically climb across, activate the platform, and then get on the boot and go down again, but we're not going to do that. We're going to proceed this way. Oh, let's be careful on this end. Don't think that's anything. Just going by how close it is to the top left layout. Deal the Maker 1 camera here, of course. As we go down this way. Oop. I don't think we could have made it, but we can jump out of the boot to go there, and that may in fact be the intention. Yeah, I think you do cross up there by jumping out of the boot. Oh, couldn't see the ceiling. Yeah, but that's clearly the crossing, and I don't think we're keeping the boot that far. But we shall see. Oh. And let's make it over. Wow. Yeah, it actually bounces over here, so standing over there was not a good idea. But that's okay. Okay, we know what we're trying to do at this point, which is watch out for that spike top. Isn't it coming down? Or, oh, it was spawning at a totally different location, I see. A little difficult to see this, but we'll make it just barely. And that is a boot dispenser, okay. Oh, winged boot dispenser, okay, great. Progression. Then how do we use that in conjunction with the POW, if we do at all? Not sure. Yeah, that's not going to be something we keep. Wing boot is able to just get me up here, though. Over to where the Koopa was previously. That suddenly makes this mushroom make sense. Okay, so there's going to be something that we need to go over to the right. We just float down here, I think. And that looks like the exit. Of that zone, anyway. But a lot more coming. Then we hit the flag. this way. And try to keep the mushroom for as long as we can. Which will require me to watch my head around some of these projectiles. Around this part of the climb, which is substantial. Oh, that was it's a bit of an accuracy issue more than anything. Let's make sure we stand on the correct side of the platform from time to time. Oh, maybe we needed to jump away from that. Let's see. Typically, we just... Well, we would get a mushroom there if we were playing continuously, but now we find ourselves without one in true Nintendo style. And what is over here? Oh, mushroom, okay. Interesting that we could have taken this with us. No, it doesn't get you very far. And regardless, this is going to be a big item check over here. Second half is more linear, you're saying? Maybe so. Oh, totally missed that. A lot of this is just standing in the right place and reading where the track is going to go. Airship camera bob was maybe a bit unfriendly that time. This is going to be partly a function of the player timing. Now let's head over this way. Oh, whoops. How did I let go of that by mistake? That was not what I wanted to do. That was... well, good reason to try again. This, we'll go back. Well, we'll go back with the spring. As we saw earlier. And climb. Okay. And I need to trust that jump. And we will. Oh yeah, needed to get in place and duck. In many of these locations, in fact. Oh yeah, once again, couldn't quite see where we were making contact, but yeah, when we get down to that corner, we just jump across 4 tiles. Well, that's the airship team for you. Whoops. Okay, let's hop across. And down. Jump. And this is going to require a fair bit of advanced positioning. And we jump over this area, which we can finally see. And... oh, okay, that's not a pipe entry, that's a cloud. Took me a moment to realize that. Then... probably to cut through this, and... sure, we'll take that. But I couldn't quite see... it's like I was supposed to get across the top there. And we just missed it. So... yeah, because I was thinking, okay, it's spikes, we should be able to get across the top. But... missed a critical moment there with a star. Yeah, because I saw the track platform heading towards the pipe, and I thought, oh, that's perfectly aligned for a pipe entry, and then I saw the cloud at the last moment. Okay. So here we've gotten a better sense of this by now. Oh. Not quite that far. And there we go. And then we'll just wait for this one. Just be careful not to slip off this time. See how our timing looks relative to camera, and then so we let's jump into the cloud. Wheel way across. With the mushroom we can just damage boost through here incidentally and keep the POW, but maybe we shouldn't. And then, well, yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it looks like you're supposed to get up top, but because, you know, there's no point in coming back here, we just lost progress. Because you're supposed to get into that top left corner. Unless there's an alternate route that I'm missing, but no, I think we're just slipping off screen. Yeah, because you're supposed to go for this pipe here. This pipe is the exit. No, how can that be the exit, though? There's no block underneath that. Unless you're supposed to take a POW all the way there and then drop it. No, that pipe was where we came into this segment. That pipe was where we entered this segment on the way to checkpoint. That's not the exit. Let's go down. Key door is over here on the right side. So you have to wrap over there, and presumably if you have the star, you get rid of the piranha and enter. So that's the target. We actually crossed over here, so we actually just go down into this pit with the star. This pit here. We should have seen that earlier. I didn't even notice that key door until just now, despite all the times we were down. Yeah, that is, I think, definitely the way to go. And we'll have plenty of time on the start to do so. Just needed to pay more attention to the layout on the way over. When reading what the completion is going to entail. What the end state is as we get out of this room. Okay, to the cloud, and then we know where to go at this point. Yeah, the key, of course, is for the key door that we've seen. And we just drop in. Then I wonder if there was a bonus to the right over there. I mean, we're not going to check it because at this point we can't actually hop down there. No, I think that just falls right off. Indeed, this is the main world, and so we do... Oh, there's an extra key down there. That's if we get rid of Junior. Have a little bonus fight here. Springs, of course, prevent you from doing much in the way of flight. Is he just going to die for me? But no key. Yes, key. Okay. That was a long time to wait for the key, but let's pop in here and see what this is all about. Oh! Guess that's for Yup Moon. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, like I said, we don't see nearly enough of these more exploration-oriented levels nowadays. And we'll do the other one you suggested as well, Firecracker Furnace. You forgot where the exit was until I pointed it out. Well, yeah, I mean, it's been 8 years. Don't even know when the last time you looked at this would have been. I know that sometimes when I finish something, sure, I'll send it around to viewer levels for a while and I'll watch it obsessively and see people struggle through it, and then I'll just not even want to look at the level anymore for years to come. Because past a certain point, you put in so much work into something sometimes that, you know, it's easy to reach a state where you just really want to put it behind you, even if you're proud of it. That's what I find with a lot of things anyway, not just in Mario Maker, but just with a lot of creations in general. And at some point you just want to put it away. Here's a Firecracker Furnace. Now, those are some nice firecrackers here that we see in the thumbnail image. This is fairly late in the life of Maker 1 too, in May 2018. And Natcat, I sound like you? Do I really? Oh, I guess in terms of the point I was making about... anyway, let's ride this over. This is quite nice. Is this going to detach at some point? Or... oh, yeah, it is. To duck under. Oh, and maybe get up there a bit sooner. Okay, that was a bit of a close call there. See, this is why they usually keep the audience for the fireworks away from the boat where everything's being launched. Okay, no, we have to let that fall. Took me a moment to read that. Well, pretty spectacular setups here. And of course everything is just timed to auto-scroll. And yeah, that's pretty clear. That stray bullet there, though, that's oddly concerning. Love this bit with the wigglers here. And yeah, I was mildly concerned about that for a moment, but that's okay, that's just there to trick you out. I guess we go to this side first and then to the right. Good, I actually did read that accurately. And then it's going to be a big bounce off the note block that we see there. And this is one of those 90-second timers that is just there to keep the music exciting, I think. Given that you have a checkpoint. Although, maybe it reflects the length of the level when you clear from the start, who knows? We need to just run across here. We don't need to jump across that gap. We need to keep our heads down and just run across the one tile gap. Like a sensible Mario. Well, they don't call him sensible Mario Brothers. Okay, and we get out of here quickly. And then this is, of course, something that does not work in Maker 2. That it does retain a hitbox while it's sinking. Which I totally didn't demonstrate there, but... I've seen some pretty fun levels that make use of this. 2 coins for 2 jumps. Yeah, this guy falls down, and then we get him while he... I don't know why I thought it was spin jump with those. We just ride over it. And then over we go. Oh, and then under. Okay, took me a moment to realize I wasn't going to come down that soon. And then, of course, all those platforms are going to be destroyed as well. Down we go. It's kind of a nice curve over the piranhas, actually. And then I guess we ride that over. I wasn't sure about that spiny, whether we're meant to do something with it. Oh. Neat little loop of Bowser there, just getting out right as he's chasing you. Would this kindly come up? Yep, there we go. And then, of course, at this point we will grab this and do absolutely nothing with it until this point. We have a star, why didn't we just run into that? Because we just had to be fancy. Anyway. Thank you for that one, Iso Wilhelm. Since you're here anyway, if you have more that you'd like to suggest, I'm quite willing to alter your profile a bit more. I mean, I know you said that the YMM levels we've already played were the ones that you were proudest of, but if there's anything in particular that strikes your fancy, which you would like to watch, I'd be quite happy to deal that in. And if not, then we've got many other choices as well. But yeah, you've got lots of levels, some of them very well liked. Some of them very popular, in fact. Like I said, I really do wish we had time to do the whole thing, so I'd be happy to run whatever. Or I might just pick something. Yeah, it's quite a lot, but... Thwomp's Pancake Press. Okay, let's see if we bypassed that already. I guess it's breakfast for some of you here, probably, so... That'll be... Thwomp's, yeah, here it is. Thwomp's Pancake Press. 1.2. Yeah, Netcat, we've got to catch up on your new material in 2 as well. At some point. World record by Fabio. We haven't seen in quite a long time. You've got to go to bed after this one? Yeah, that's fine. We appreciate you coming by for some of this. So, Bowser Jr. plays the role of the pancake. That totally makes sense. And then we get pushed through. Very nice. course, we get crunched this way, and everything unstacks the way it's liable to do. So we need to stay aboard and not get squished when the boundary is not so springy. Got a bit of a double stack press here, very nice. So is it Junior who's saying help me? I guess it's the same voice who says ah. Or is it somebody asking you to help him make a Bowser pancake? These are things that will keep us up at night. When Maker 1 has long passed us by. Anyway, let's get on here. Yeah, just riding it all the way across is much safer. Yeah, interesting how this is done too, with the Rocky Wrench holding the stack and then the POW doing the unstack to get everything moving on the conveyor. Mushroom check. I love how it's a thematically appropriate mushroom check. That's very nice. Those clouds don't look reachable. And yeah, let's watch out here. I have to improvise quite a bit. Not that we have a lot of flexibility in this segment, but I guess if it's available for me to safely jump on, we will jump on it. And yeah, we had enough room that time. Yeah, given how much we see of the mushroom check and Maker 1 often just thrown in there as a bit of obligatory busy work, it's pretty neat to see something that feels organically like a part of the level's own concept. Anyway, let's walk over here. I'm actually kind of impressed at how readable this is given the circumstances. That segment there. Where, you know, you're not going to track all the firebar movement manually when you're also trying to jump it, but... oh. I wonder if there was some reason to have kept that, but I feel like we needed to actually hit this. Yeah, okay. I see POWs and tracks and I think, okay, let's grab them, let's keep them. But not so much. Yeah, most of this zone feels surprisingly safe, I say, as I take a hit from the firebar. Anyway, let's wander over. Just wrap around what we can. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't have run over there. Anyway, let's run over a little bit and just wrap around the same way we did before. It's, again, a very readable pattern, which is demonstrated with a bit of sloppy play every now and then. Here, it's about to give you access to the up pipe right on time. Yeah, very meticulously put together, for sure. Mr. shot at the one up there, but let's get out, and we did keep the mushroom this time, which is probably important. So the purpose of the tracks here isn't to let you pick up the power. The purpose of the tracks is to kind of make sure overlaps happen. And whoops, oh, now it's really bad. Didn't even look at that as heart-worthy. Floor just wasn't available. Interesting choice too to have inaccessible clouds be the filler element for the monster columns. Just to keep them unobtrusive and well out of the way so you're not, you know, drowning in coins or something. Anyway, let's move on over here. And yeah, this bit we know how to play at this point. We just hug right and head over. And let's try not to do too many accidental grabs, but if we do, we can just detonate immediately. But I wonder if you can just jump on top of the power and then over top of the blaster, but I figured that would be unlikely, although this looks like a secret. It's a secret. Yeah. To everybody. Except us. Apparently. Anyway, let's hit the checkpoint and see what the finale is like. So, it's going to be a whoops boss concept where you do need to send the thwomps down on either side to have them hit the POW. And of course, it's kind of confined on either side so you don't despawn anything. And that everything remains on screen. Which is why very often in Maker 1 you will see some of these boss fights seem a little narrower just to account for the bit of scroll that's going to happen. And then I think we whip the chain chomp at this point, but we do need to keep a feather first to do that. If not a feather, a leaf. Now if we bop it, then we send the swamp down, and then, oh, let's whip this guy as well, and then, there we go, oops. And then, do we fly? We do, but spawn my panels in either direction. So I guess we just go down this way. That's the goal, although you'll notice that it's possible to fly left. And why would we do it, though? Probably no reason. I think this is probably just the exit. Yeah, let's not mess around. Oh, there's a platform down below, though. Or maybe there was something down below that you could go to. If you drop off the side and wrapped around. Anyway, thank you so much for that one. We can look at the layout. You think you could have done more of the subworld in that one, but you still like how it turned out? Yeah. Definitely something in a very polished state. Yeah, so it's actually just ground at the bottom if you decide to fall off the edge, and you can head back up, I think, even without the leaf. But we've effectively seen it. Thank you so much for coming by again, Gilmore. It's been a real treat to go through a lot of the recommendations as well. Speaking of recommendations, we have a big list to get through. Although, Electro Dude, since you're here, did you have anything else that you wanted to show me that we didn't cover last time? I should probably ask you first. If not, we have a whole pile of codes on my end as well. But I mean, I might as well just dart over to your profile and you can see if there's anything that you feel particularly keen about. Let me just punch in one of your codes. And we'll bring it up. I think we've seen all of the levels that were referred to in your kind of final meta level, but yeah, just let me know the name, we can scroll down to it. Yeah, let me know what you would like to see. To POW or not to POW version 2? That is the question. This seems oddly appropriate for our stream. Okay. Well, we haven't seen version 1, but we'll trust that you like your own revisions. So, let's make some decisions here. To POW or not to POW? So, it looks like... I actually don't know if this is actually a semi-solid up here, is it? No, it's not. So we need something to stand on, right? So if we need something to stand on, why wouldn't we try to walk the... well, if you POW, then you unstack the Koopa. And so we want to do that instead. Okay, so little micro puzzles with POWs. Which, yeah, because this is interesting that when you have the stack like that, you can actually unstack. So it's not a hard stack to begin with, right? This is actually like an offset placement. This is a really neat mechanic, wow. And because of the way that these would be placed in the... would these be placed with an offset in the editor? Is it a loose stack? Because it's not a hard stack, right? If it's a hard stack, this shouldn't work. But I don't know that for a fact because, you know, Maker 1 is what it is. Okay. Well, so far the solution has, generally speaking, been to not POW, but... and then... why would we want to take that? Because we can take all of these objects over. And why would we want a P-switch? Because the P-switch is going to activate, or rather stop the conveyor. If we stop the conveyor, then we can take the POW across. So why don't we jump down on the P-switch so we can ride this immediately. And then this is going to spring its way up. Then we have a POW. This slot here. It's telling me to dispense with the POW here, and that's going to apparently do something. I'll probably create some kind of crossing, perhaps for the chomp down below too. Not the chomp, but something down below to raise the spring and then raise this whole platform so we can go up, because we'll be... oh no, we go up this way. Where are we going then? Up the cloud this way. But then I guess if you raise this whole stack, then Goomba walks down here, and then you can ride the platform up. Okay. Well, let's make the payment. It's just a regular stack, really, okay. That's sort of interesting that this unstacking happens, and does this doesn't work in Maker 2, does it? We must have seen it if... that's the case. I have no idea whether things work in Maker 2 anymore. I've just been playing too much Maker 1 and confusion is just going to abound. Now, it looks like we need to create a bridge for something to walk across to the other side. Now, we don't need to place these in the middle. We can always place these on the side so we can actually regain some of them afterwards. Perhaps, or at least one of them before making a door transition. Yeah, because I've never seen this. I'm thinking that I would be surprised if it did work and make one. Oh yeah, we were supposed to put 2 POWs here, but we didn't, so we don't care. Anyway, Spiny there is going to give us effectively an infinite P-switch. We will probably need to proceed through here somehow. Something's going to ignite the bomb, and what will it be? Let's think about this. Well, the cannon is going to drop. That's the idea. These doors, I assume... well, I don't know if they're reset doors. They'll take you over to another area. Because it looks like you needed something to walk to the right. You know, once this blaster block is in place. So, for example, if you had something here... reset, walks to the right, and it dunks the bomb. So is this a reset door? It is. And it means that because the blaster column has come down at this point after the activation of the P-switch, then we can tuck this over. And that's going to blow that up. Whoops, and we'll die to the cannon. Yeah, if this does in fact work in Maker 2, I'd be very surprised that I'd never seen it, so... Yeah, you're checking now. That might help. Yeah, so it's the P-switch that's going to lower the blaster by 1 column because of something dropping on a bomb up above. And then past the reset door, you get the Spiny to walk to the right. Guess we'll grab 1 up while we're at it. And then we got a big unstack going on over here, which is going to raise everything. Oh, and I guess we can come up top. And then, yeah, the Z is telling you to spin jump across. Hey, you know what? We can do spin pickups in this game. Let's try to do a spin pickup onto the Spiny. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. No, no. That's gonna obstruct me a little too much. Yeah, I was trying to just get the POW out of it. We could have just stacked the POW on top of the Spiny, actually. It works in this game that it'll just carry it. Or would it? Because it wouldn't... Because in Maker 2 it would just kill it. And yeah. Nothing like some fine Mario Maker cheese. Okay. Grab this. This guy's gonna come out. I mean, no particular purpose to... Yeah, we wouldn't really be able to pick it up, I think, if we... Oh, yes, we would. Hang on. Oh, no, never mind. No, it didn't even make it over. That jump. Yeah, we're supposed to spin jump across, obviously, but we'll mess around with this a little bit. Since we can. Anyway, let's let it walk. Doesn't work. It kills whatever is stacked on the muncher. Interesting. Right, because if you're dropping it, then the hitbox and the overlap, that just slices through it. So yeah, very Maker 1 specific puzzle then. Let's see why you don't make more puzzles. Also, you know what? We can totally do this. Watch this. Watch what? Well... No, hang on. Okay, I'm trying to take multiple houses. Top of me. No, that's not gonna work. That's okay. There's a Spiny up there. We despawned a Spiny, apparently. Well, that works too. Oh, no it doesn't. Never mind. You never realized this was a Maker 1 specific mechanic, yeah. Because I was definitely thinking, there's no way I wouldn't have seen it before if it worked in Maker 2, but... I wonder what else is Maker 1 specific in your profile without you realizing. Well, and of course, one of the other things that will not work in Maker 2 regardless is that you've got the one-way panels here working as a check, because Maker 2 doesn't let you drop objects through the one-way panels, right? So even so... Very difficult to spin without landing on this guy, though. Let's really stop trying to mess around with a spin pickup, but that's okay. Okay. No, because I'm gonna bump my head with this, that's the issue. Okay, I guess we won't do it. And regardless, there's no reason to do it because it's the end of the level, so... We'll have a little Yoshi disco here. Yeah, a lot of Kaizo stuff probably doesn't work in Maker 2. Oh yeah, particularly with the object bounce. That seems to be one of the biggest differences when it comes to Kaizo setups. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do a Kaizo grind at this point, but if there's anything else you'd like to suggest, you're quite welcome to. Twins Cavern. That seems like it's up above. Twins Cold Cavern, okay. Let's see it. Yeah, building all the way up into 2019. This was after Maker 2 had already been announced. It was for a contest with limited items, which of course, I don't know if that was with the same group that did the contest series in Maker 2 that you participated in quite a lot. It seemed like they also did sort of fixed item contests very often. We're supposed to go on with this one, obviously, and head up to the next coin. Yeah, we let them all come up first, in fact. Grab this. And left side at that point. That unstacks the munchers, but then it should give you the platform fast enough on the right side. The coins kind of give you a target height for some of this. Oh. Yeah, we'll need Yoshi, obviously, but... Yeah, because you jump off Yoshi onto the next platform. Different one, this one actually won you money. It looks like you drop Yoshi onto that platform and Yoshi passes through the Koopa. Oh, whoops. And then you rejoin him on the other side. That's how I'm reading this. Hang on. I just jumped the gun too early on that. Whoops, there we go. Let everything go up first. And then try not to slip off the ice, obviously. Yeah, Natcat. Imagine that a cold cavern full of ice blocks would be cool platforming. I totally didn't notice, by the way, after playing so much of this game, until Mang mentioned it yesterday, that in Maker 1 you could not change the size of the flimsy lifts. That they were all fixed width. For some reason I just... Oh, whoops, not left. Did not remember that about Maker 1 at all. Okay, over here. And then we try to get out here a little bit better. I was trying to make sure we position Yoshi on top of the platform because it's clear that we do need to get him back. Yeah, Mario Maker 2 is a game that's in such a weird place compared to this one in so many ways. Oh, whoops. Let's not get dunked. I was trying to prepare a bit of a run there to position the dismount a little better, but... Okay, let's jump up here. Over here. But yeah, really bittersweet to think that next week we'll not be playing this game. And of course, I plan to go back to a lot of Maker 2, and it'll be a different perspective. Oh, whoops. Hang on, I misread that. I feel like yeah, no, Yoshi was just probably supposed to gobble them both up. For some reason I was thinking about it in terms of a spit, and that's obviously not the case when it's the Goomba in play. Retroactively, the Galoomba. Although that wasn't the case until 3D World. Oops. All of this Maker 1 has been giving you some making itch, yeah. To be sure. It's been a very refreshing experience, not just in a sense of refreshing specials or whatever, but... And part of that, I think, is just the consistent quality of everything that we've been seeing, even when we go back to people's earliest and roughest levels. I mean, you know, we always have a high quality Maker experience on this stream, even in Maker 2, but we've had such a grand time here. And yeah, so you'd need 2 tiles of height there to get across, and then dismount, and then yeah, you're supposed to dismount and send Yoshi across in the middle platform. I only just realized that. You'll be protected from the Muncher that's finding the Big Koopa in place. Big Koopa is going to smash up the blocks, leading you to catch up to Yoshi in the middle platform and get over there. The power thing does work, but only with the P-switch. I can't believe I haven't seen that in the puzzle. That you can unstack like that. Maybe we have seen it, and I just don't remember. It's unbelievable to me that, given how many puzzles we played, we haven't seen somebody really exploit it. Anyway, back here we go. Oops. Thought it was landing on Yoshi there, and we just missed. To pee or not to pee? Exactly. That's even more appropriate. In every sense of the word, appropriate. Okay. Cross, and then... Oh, wow, completely missed. Yeah, and then we dismount from Yoshi when the platform is relatively high. So we can drop Yoshi down and gain enough height to get across the Big Koopa. And we'll try not to die to the easy stuff, as always. Oh, whoops, no. You guys know if using the boo ring trick will cause your level to be deleted. Which is the boo ring trick you're talking about? Which boo ring trick? Okay, let's jump down. Oh, Yoshi actually gets trapped there, so we don't get to keep him. Up throwing the P-switch into a Big Koopa halts all vertical momentum. Interesting. Oh, the lights off trick. With the light limit. I didn't know that was deletable, actually. It felt like we'd seen that often enough. Oh, you're supposed to keep your head above the line, obviously. You just hit bad timing. It seemed like we've seen lights out levels fairly often. Maybe. You're supposed to pick that up and then throw it into the Big Koopa that's coming. Well, just make sure you preserve a backup copy in your core spot, right? Oh, whoops. Interesting that you had an ice block on a track where that POW was. And then, now that the Goomba has done its duty, we put it to rest. We jump on top of the POW. Okay, now I was thinking, okay, do we pick up the POW? And then if so, what do we do with it? No, you jump on top of the POW. That was what the coin was trying to tell you. It's too bad because light limit is kind of a fun thing to work with. Whoops. You've uploaded some questionable mechanics before and you've had no issues with it. Yeah. I think it's one of those things where as long as you don't have a situation where people wonder, oh, how do I clear this? And then they report it. Because you see some people, like I think sometimes what's happening is that you get a lot of frivolous reports of novel mechanics from people who are just, you know, trying to blast through endless, which is how a lot of discoverability happens, and that's when sometimes you see some of the false positives where things that are totally bog standard legitimate tech also gets taken down. So I feel like it's, you know, sometimes it's people taking the initiative to report levels and then the reports are just not really properly assessed. If the nature of the clear looks unclear. I mean, sometimes there are mechanics that are just detected and removed, but I mean, I don't know, because Nintendo is just so opaque about the whole process for this. And from the beginning, it has been a #1 threat to the future of Maker 2. Just the health of the game in general. Whoops. I need to hit the target a little better. What was so questioned about the 6xM level now that you mention it? I totally lack perspective on these. On whether mechanics are considered questionable these days, I think. Oh yeah, we were supposed to retain the Goomba up to this point and somehow missed it. There we go. Right, and now we get to keep it. We hit this. Jump on the POW. On the platform, on the POW. Grab the POW. And through the muncher. Very nice. Probably we have to race this back up. We do need to race it, yeah. I read that a little bit too slowly. Yeah, no, I remember that was the chomp behavior. I didn't think that was necessarily deletable either, but you just never know with Nintendo. But yeah, no, I remember that mechanic very well. Just had to make sure I was not confusing it with a different year. We didn't throw it nearly far enough to get the spin on it. But yeah, just very unclear, I think, sometimes, what intended behavior means when people are trying to be creative with a tool set. I can totally understand deletions or, for that matter, patch changes where you have things that literally break the game in terms of, you know, whoops, slowing down or crashing people's switches or triggering some kind of memory issue with object loading. But the root of the problem is that so much of the discoverability is built around Endless and formerly 100 Men. And a lot of players in that space just truly don't know what they're doing and cry cheese at the first sign of anything unusual. Okay, mushroom check as well. I think we load this before we get on the mole. Yes, because we need to jump on top of the mole to get to the Koopa. Maybe. I think so. Spit this out, up, and then we'll see how this timing gets sorted. Okay, to the left. Yeah, I see. First time seeing that, so just have to read this a little bit more cleanly here and fix our momentum. And then, yeah, left. Same as in the first segment, really. It's just I always misread that for some reason. I was misreading the earlier one too, so no strangers to this, I'm sure. I think it's sometimes because the coin is behind the munchers. We don't necessarily see that responsibly as the next destination. I mean, you can see the coins, it's just you have to be looking out for that to see what's going to happen. Oh, you're supposed to land on top of the POW. Okay. I wasn't sure because I was thinking you just use the POW to hit something, and then no, you don't. You land on top to keep your head up. And if we'd actually watched some of the track placements here, maybe we could have discerned that. But because so many of these tracks are being used as tracks, I'm not really thinking about this as an exit position. Even though, now that we've seen it, it clearly is. Whoops. Anyway, let's pop this. And then, here we go. You don't do that anymore, luckily. Whoops. That was kind of reading the chat death. We had plenty of time to respond to that. So that's no excuse. Needed to get that coin, of course, just to properly complete our duty. Yeah, it does look so much like, you know, picking up the POW is an option there that it's very tempting. I guess if it were something like a sideways spring, that would have been abundantly clear. Oh, whoops, no. Part of why you know I'm not an endless or 100 Mario player is how sloppy I am sometimes with just being willing to blow a few attempts. To push some buttons. But no. I keep thinking that I have more time there. But it does drop right off the track. Yeah, let's head down. And then, yeah, pretty clear. And here we just jump properly and make it over to the next coin. We were just a little bit late on leaving that, I think, and came in low in general. Okay, down here, and then this goes up. Just a little bit late. We did see where to go, it's just that I thought I had more time. We're going to be saying that a lot with Maker 1. I thought I had more time. Well, we didn't, so. That's okay. No regrets about taking a week off this game to play side order. But I definitely didn't stream as much as I would have liked to in recent weeks. Just a couple of unexpected complications in the schedule, so. But we got through quite a few makers, quite a few viewers. Definitely invested a little bit too much time in certain single levels along the way, but in some of those cases we got world records, so I can't complain too much. Oh. Then this will drop off into the pipe exit. And look at that, because it's Maker 1, we can actually check this. And get this Miiverse screenshot upon clear. Although, no, this was 2019. I think this was already down by then, right? Yeah, so never mind. No Miiverse comment after all. Until they get things running on Pretendo, of course, when they have their fake Miiverse up and running. And then you can say the thing that you always wanted to say about levels that were uploaded in 2019. Yeah, Electrodude, let me know if you would like to see another one, or if not, we've got lots of other things we can show, so. One last one? Yeah. Let me know which one. Boss Bash. Well, big level. Looks like it could be quite a few bosses, so. Let's see it. Let's bash some bosses. Okay, and then, oh, I see. This is a survival room. Kind of surprising we don't see this concept more often. It's very straightforward. And then here, I think we just survive and try to avoid bones, which would take away my ability to float and cause kinds of problems like what we were seeing here. Can we make it out without the cape, though? I haven't looked at this closely enough because we were too busy just watching the cannonballs. We didn't actually look at how the end condition is going to happen here. Alright, let's go through. Having to crouch jump into this, by the way, actually does sort of help. So, bomb going off on that side here. Oh, that's just to lower the big bones. And then, yeah, something's supposed to land on this track to give me the pipe exit. Oh, platform coming right there. And of course, you get to a bit of a touchy situation there if you lose the cape, just given that there is the lava drag that's on all the cannonballs and slowing everything down. That room has a skeleton of projectiles, yeah. You gotta be careful so you don't get boned. You can definitely see that certified Mr. Electrodude interest in bullet hell over here, except it's a lot of bones instead. Anyway, everything's gonna hop out. This is probably where it started? Yeah, I guess, because we haven't really seen that otherwise in the other levels in the set. Okay, even kept a cape. Of course, that's not going to help here because... Oh. Got a bit of an auto runner. Oh, it said it's going towards the top left. I didn't know how soon it was going to reverse because we didn't read the track properly. But... maybe we'll eventually get a spiny head for a trouble or something and... take out this one in the middle. No, it's just an obstacle. We just take out moles instead. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. That's okay. If we come down here, we just need to get back upstairs until we finish it. Then... watch the pattern. This is the kind of back and forth concept that I'm told became possible in the latest patch for Geometry Dash. But we still don't know that firsthand. Man, we'll take a look at that code next. Thanks for suggesting it. Whoops. Oh, okay, no, I thought I could jump on these guys for some reason. I totally didn't even see the semi-solid Even though, of course, we needed to stand on something for the door. Let's not totally blow this. It's just survival? Yeah, because... Oh, yes, at some point they do become available. That's why. And, of course, Magic Koopa's just going to go way out of the way there because he wants to show off the fact that he can. And we're just trapped on top of the platform the whole time. Anyway, just going to survive back and forth, and then we'll head down. Yeah, I see a shell by a POW up there. Right, because that's what eventually leads to the Magic Koopas being released into either this room or the one to the left, where they take a bit of a break or something. Oh. Be careful with the fire down here. You don't know if you mentioned this, you actually got a featured level in Geometry Dash. Oh, interesting. In the latest version. If that's what you mean. Kind of a mild likeness here to the Wiggler level we saw yesterday. Oh, wow. That was not what I expected. I mean, we're clearly not supposed to, you know, take damage and then put a spring on top of the Wiggler and jump on the spring. I think we're supposed to. Not a Wiggler, rather, the Munchers. Oh, no, you're supposed to deflect these. Okay, yeah, it's like a missile command thing where you're supposed to juggle them and not let them hit the P-switches. Okay, now I understand. Yeah. But then, yeah. Everything comes down. Just from seeing Mario stuck between two blasters, you can tell it's an electrocuted level. Exactly. I'm too tall to do this. Oh, this is a fun concept. I'm glad the note blocks decided to kick this thing back up because we totally lost control of the spring for a moment. And it returned it to me. Oh, here's a Glackham boss, as we've come to recognize. I used this myself too in the very few creations I had in this game, but yeah, this is literally a Glackham boss, where it's all about not letting the swamp and clown card displace you. Anyway, Yoshi. Not that he's going to give you anything useful. And we'll take the axe. Well, thank you for that, Dr. Deer, for showing me so much of your set. Love the accidental question mark right away. Thanks for playing a few more, I guess? Anyway, Mang, let's take a look at the code that you suggested. Hopefully it'll be something we haven't played. One of the reasons I know that I'm pretty happy with what we've seen of Maker 1 is that people send me recommendations here and there, and I go down a list, and, you know, it's, in many cases, level after level of, oh, I've seen that already, great. This one we have not, though. And I need to point the machine translation at this, just a minute, and we'll try to fake our way through Japanese here. It says don't lose yourself, which is good advice. And the maker, I don't know, Hanagura. Yeah, Electric, it's very fun seeing these levels played again after so long. I'm sure, I mean, you know, you put the work into it. And I think that's the real shame with everything going down, is that you know, all of us here as people who have done the making side of Mario Maker, just how many painstaking hours went into some of that. Only for sharing it to cease. So, let's play. Natcat remembers this level. So this is called Don't Lose Yourself. It's not one that was seen as far as I know. Oh! Yeah, so you're going to be lost in a whole bunch of bouncing springs, and then you have to figure out where you are, right? Why do I know this? Maybe I did see this a long time ago. Or maybe I'm just guessing from the title. Yes, that's what it is. I totally lost myself already. And then we have a limited amount of time to get back up. I have no idea where I am. Oh, no, I see it. No, I don't. Now we have a second P-switch there. Well, so much for that. I think we're locked. Let me see if I can find myself anyway and get back to the first room just so we can practice it. Yeah, no, I don't think I played this specifically, but I think from the title I saw the transformation into the spring and I just knew what was coming. Maybe I've seen a level that was similar to this, but not this one specifically. I have no idea where I am. Oh, I see it, I see it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so you need a P-switch over here, but you can reload. And it should give you more P-switches. Oh, not that soon, though. You remember getting so mad at this level? You know what? We're just gonna sit in the middle and hopefully... Oh no, I got this place. I was thinking, oh, I'll just sit in the middle and then we'll be fine. And... No, horizontal springs. There's something to say about that. Just try to look at this carefully to see. If I can tell. Yep, got it, yeah. But we didn't get the P-switch. Yeah, I thought I had the P-switch from it because it was actually the musical transition with boss music. We re-triggered. And of course, you sort of need to hit the P-switch first. And I do kind of see where I am. I am on the left half right now, but this is an amazing concept. Absolutely amazing. Truly, they don't make them like this anywhere. There we go. No, we worked hard to get here. Look at all these mystery mushroom costumes. We recognize this guy. Like, this one over here is from... Oh, he's actually not from Super Mario 1. This one is from Super Mario 1. And, yeah, we're minding time limit, of course. But see, this is Mario, Luigi, and Toad and Princess. What do you mean they all look the same? Anyway, absolutely marvelous. And yeah, Tub and Chub, welcome, incidentally. I remember the last time you sent me your Maker 1 puzzles, I couldn't clear a single one of them. But if you had something in mind, do feel free to toss a code. Otherwise, we actually do have lots of codes that I have on my end as well, just to fill things out while you folks are digging around. Let's take a look at what Tub and Chub has. Like I said, last time I played your puzzles in Maker 1, we didn't get a single clear, I think. But we haven't been doing nearly enough puzzles, actually. I was hoping originally to, whoops, make time for a big puzzle profile. But I did type in the code accurately as far as I can tell. You want to check that? Yeah, do let me know if that's accurate. Yeah, get a different code so I can go to your profile, and then I can play the one that you are trying to send me. Yeah, because I'm cross-checking here, and I did enter it correctly. I'll just give you a moment. And yeah, because let's take a look at this one instead. And hopefully it will work. And I wonder where the inaccuracy was, so you can fix it in your records when you see it. And do let me know which one you were thinking about. Bomb Blast 2.0. Let me scroll from the top again. Bomb Blast 2.0, okay. This was when people figured out how to develop JavaScript apps in Bomb Blast. Or something. Anyway, let's take a look. Canadian U, says Electrodude. I don't know, I just assumed that all of you were, you know, tank engine fanboys or something. Anyway, we have an X that is over a key door. We have two pairs of key doors. We don't know how they're matched. But well, it's not safe to assume anything about them, so we'll not do that. It looks like it's possible to go up the ceiling. The reason I say that is because if you get the muncher up there, and if you manage to get the muncher out of the way, then potentially you can get over to the note block that is in the middle of the ceiling that would then dunk the cannon. Why would you want to dunk the cannon, though? Only if you wanted to crush the bomb, but in its current position, it's not going to crush the bomb. You'd need to drop it on top of the bomb, and that looks like we need the bomb to walk over first. But I might be wrong about that, too. Anyway, first interaction here, it looks like it has to be jumping up above. And we need to pop some question blocks just to see what they are, actually. And we'll just scout the puzzle first. Fine, okay, so that's reloadable through key doors. We'll check these, I mean, we'll pretty good death for it, I'm sure, but... And we'll check the pipe, nothing in the pipe, so... at this point, though, maybe it's possible to... oh, we're gonna be stuck in here. And then, yeah, this is not going to push you through successfully, of course not, but gotta check in case Maker 1 has surprises. So this gives you a feather, but we can't activate it from down here without being trapped. We would need a key to continue past this point. If you are big, I wonder if you can actually get the throw here. But, I mean, this will be a death, but... take a look anyway. Yeah, quite a lot of things to interact with here. POW on this one, Vine on this one. A POW would remove the bombs and then allow the Buzzy shell to bounce back and forth. And I kind of wonder if you want that. I don't know what's in the question blocks. It could be, you know, put a boost that ignite the bombs, perhaps, which would make a certain amount of sense, and would ignite this one up here too. I think it's got to be put a boost in some of the question blocks at least, and that you need to trigger some kind of ignition. Also notice that there's something up here that is potentially going to be a target for an up throw. It might also be the case that you have to use the POW in conjunction with the spring. To use the POW as a lift to push yourself back up. That's using the cape form, which would then require that you take damage through the booze. But then that would make you big. Why would you want to be big? If you have spring plus POW, of course, you would be able to access this door. You can do that with a 2 POW stack as well, but we only see 2 POWs. That would then allow you to have access to the pink coin on the right side, which would then give you the key. I don't know if that's within range of the Buzzy drop. The reason that we need the Buzzy drop is because we would need the bombs to open up that whole passage that goes from the pink coin to the key door. And we, once again, don't know how the key doors are matched, whether that's the way to the exit or something else. We also don't know who else currently holds the key. Let's just check the POW and see what happens. Okay, so that verifies that nothing that was destructible with the POW was holding the key. That's an important piece of information. It also gets rid of this muncher, which means that we can check what this dunk is going to be. It gates this off. That prevents the bomb from walking off. Why would you want to prevent the bomb from walking off? Because there's something... I'm looking at the block that's under here, this column. Well, that could potentially spawn. We can drop onto the right side and we have access to another POW. Also, that gives you access to the key coin. Possibly you can drop the POW in that position, step on it, and then, like this, collect the coin like that, respawn back here. However, you would be back down to 1 POW and you wouldn't have access to the top a second time. Having the cannon drop on top of this block should actually send the vine down. No? No. Well, I mean, we should check that. But there's going to be something up here we can check too. Having the key door available now lets you go through here with the cape and the spring, which is really important because then you would take a point of damage, but then you would be able to send a spring up, which then gives you an alternative to getting the muncher up. Now the question is, oh whoops, I lost access to this. The question is, okay, and it's a spring that's coming from a pipe, so it's actually going to be duplicated, so of course we want to take this one. However, we made a bit of a mistake here. That's okay. This allows you, potentially, to go through again, as long as you don't get crushed by the muncher. This also allows you to up throw here, which then nudges all of these bombs. Destroys all of that. Now, this one's going to fire over here. But then we need to fire a little bit further. Also notice that as soon as you up throw to one of these locations, then that one is going to be locked into place. Which we probably don't want if we don't know what is going on up there. Having one POW available at this point allows you to do Muncher plus the cannon drop again. Possibly one of these spawns something that you need. But then again, you're going to have the spring land on top of the cloud. At any point, we can take a POW and loop back around through the key door as long as we... I mean, we're only able to do one more loop because Mario can only take one additional point of damage. And we still don't know what's going on really with this whole blue ring in the middle of the bumper here. And of course we now need a second key. We don't know where that's going to come from either. Regardless, I think we need to do some kind of respawn into this room. And we need to find some way to get fire to land on top of these guys. I think we need to check this. Oh, okay. So you do these one at a time. Except I shouldn't be taking damage there. Yeah, because we can always loop back like this. But the thing is that you can only get additional springs by taking a point of damage and cycling around one more time. Oh, and also, these are all vine blocks, so they all respawn. Actually, everything here respawns, so... Okay, I see. So you basically need to destroy the entire lower passage in a single cycle and have a key available. We don't know where the second key is coming from. Let's not start over yet. Let's watch this. Yeah, so you need to blow everything up in one go. This blaster takes out the left side. The second up throw there takes up one of those blocks. So basically you need two objects that would destroy everything. So let's start with a POW as before. And go up top and around. Still don't know what's going on with the cannon drop there. But we will find out. Should have made it more obvious where the second key is. Yeah, that's right, we'll find out. But at a certain point you can figure out the process of elimination. Yeah. I mean, it could very well be the Fuzzy. I don't remember killing it. Oh no, we did kill it. We killed it with a bomb. But we'll find out. Anyway, we have one key here. So cape. And figure out whether Cape Whip is actually going to give us anything as well. So yeah, so we have a duplication over there. Oh, once again, I came here too soon. So we can go up. Then how do we get a second object for yet another throw? Let's figure this out first. Oops. So we need both of these. But I can take damage, which means that I can always just jump up and grab it and throw it up again. And then we'd be able to eliminate both of these bombs. The problem is that we don't have the remaining key. Maybe it's through the booze? I don't know. No, we don't have a way to kill the booze now. It could be through one of the blocks that has not been destroyed yet. Yeah, because let's say we just throw this over here, and then, whoops, we need to do this faster. Don't know what the cannon trap there is for. Okay, so we go feather. And we still don't know how to use this bumper plus boo. I actually think that is going to be the note block under the key door itself. That you need to send some kind of object into the note block. And how would you do that? Which object would you use? Possibly a bomb? I guess that's why you would potentially try to get the bomb upstairs to unstack and walk or something, but I don't see how one of the bombs is obtainable right now. But it kind of looks like there's some potential here for... Oh yeah, you can't up throw here, obviously, but... But it looks like the note block might be a candidate. I'm not exactly sure how to activate it, because it looks like there's a way for an object to be sent up through here, potentially. Like if you had a spring located here, and then you threw something from this side, or flipped it, and then managed to somehow deflect it over, so it would get some kind of wall bounce or something that would take it over to the note block. That looks like potentially it could be the key. Let's try to bust everything open first, just to take a look. We'll open this first. Have minor head around the photoboos and have them launched, of course. Again, the idea is that we... Oh, I was mistaken. Yeah, no, I was trying to up throw here and then jump into it to catch it again. The idea being that we could do 2 throws, so we take 1 point of damage. That would allow me to open up the entire passage, but again, no key. So... unless we take a mushroom through a second cycle here, but then we wouldn't have the additional damage boost to hit both of those locations. I mean, it could be an up throw with a POW, that's the thing. But then if it's an up throw with a POW, then you wouldn't be able to... It would destroy the bombs, and it would not be able to light up the bomb for the remaining interaction, so... that certainly can't be it. Okay, so I think this order so far is alright. Main thing is that we need to proceed here, and we actually haven't destroyed this bomb in this location. Oh, whoops. But we can. Just by pointing the top middle blaster towards it. We've only really been pointing it to the right. What we should be doing is pointing it both ways. Once it's made available. There we go. Blow that up, and then... What did this blaster give me anyway? Goomba, okay. That's unexpected. Okay, and actually that solves it. The Goomba walks over to the note block. But those are probably vine blocks that respawn, right? Which means that we need to set up this interaction without coming up here, without losing our ability to get back down. Which means that we needed to have a series of springs laid out such that you would have Goomba land, bounce, land, bounce. Which means that we should actually be hitting this with something else, like myself. Take a damage boost here, then you get tons of Goombas available, and if you have tons of Goombas available, you hit one each over here to open up the Potaboost, and you get one to grab the key. Now the problem is that if you take damage at that point, that you won't be able to take a second point of damage coming out of this side. But that might be okay. Well, we'll see. In that case, still don't really know what's going on with this cannon. Oh, I see. One of the reasons that we had blocked it off previously was because the cannon had been lowered. I still don't really see what it's for. The first time through, you can come through here, take a point of damage. And then you just leave that guy in place. 2 springs up here. Yeah, and then, once everything is destroyed, then you get a very large number of Goombas that will come up here by themselves. Except that's going to miss. Yeah, you actually need to place the spring a little ways over, like one tile over then. Because then you take 2 Goombas, you raise these. The problem is the key, because you would still need to stay out here to have a run at the key, unless you find some way to walk it down. I mean, yeah, there's a lot that we can't see in terms of what's going on here. When we panel locking you in here, how would we want that? Yeah, we actually need to place it in this tile here. You pretty much have to lose at least once to see some of that, but let's head up. Same procedure as before. Damage in this location. Here. And here. Now this should work. Okay. It blows up. You blow up the left. You get some Goombas to blow up the remaining bombs. So we're missing a step right now, but let's try to do the rest too. Oh. Okay, we can do that. Oh, and get hit along the way. So we're missing one step right now, which is how to get a Goomba on top of the note block. But we actually do know at this point how to use the Goombas to clear the rest of the passage. So, if we can find a way to hit the turn block with a different object, this one right here, if we can hit it without taking damage, then we have one additional loop that we can do through the key door area. That seems to be one of the missing steps at this point. Notice that it's also possible to up throw towards the note block here. And drop the cannon this way, or, well, I mean, we don't need to up throw it, we just drop it. Now, why would we want to do that? Let's think about this for a moment. Let's spawn this first of all. Maybe we're spawning it too early, who knows? Yeah, I wonder what this is all about. What this gate is even for. Okay, so over here, like this, we can take this through. Now, one thing we could do is we could sneak around the... Ow. So I'm thinking if we have one cycle where we blow up these blocks on the left, I was thinking about how we'll actually get something like a Goomba to walk off into the right. And what needs to happen. Because I feel like maybe we don't follow it down ourselves, that we... Oops. Yeah. Yeah, so we need some alternative way to hit this. And I think, I mean, if you're tall, you can't actually rev around down here, so it's going to have to be a Goomba who walks down here by themselves. And then somehow manages to spring on top of this location here. One possibility is blowing this up with a bomb, but apparently I don't see how that's going to happen. So one thing we don't know how to use is the cannon drop in the middle. Maybe there's some trick that allows us to unstack bomb up top. I don't think that's it. I think it's just going to be a case of, you know, having Goomba walk down here and get the right kind of bounce. I think what we need to do is we'll just do this again anyway. We'll try try a few things. Just have to try it at this point. Yeah, and then we can block off the left side. That's what this does, it blocks it off. Oh, and then it's failing to bounce. Yeah, because we placed this too far to the left. Yeah, let's try to get back to that position. Maybe that's something we can use a little more strategically. Like that very first POW, for instance, we don't just need to throw it into a random location. What we can do is... Well, I mean, we're not doing anything else up to this point. Are we? I'm just thinking about whether before this POW we can do something to proceed to the right side, but no, we need that key door, we need to go over to the right. But if you use a POW here, then you can ignite this and have access up top of the muncher. That's just kind of redundant though. Because you know the muncher's going to die. Question is, do you do this? And yeah, of course the bombs are now disabled, so you can't actually light anything up with this if you do that. You would just be able to get through the muncher on the top left. So we're missing one step, which is how to get a Goomba to get over here. I mean, I guess maybe if you had a spring that you could just throw in this location. Or even a POW that gets it to walk off. Yeah, POW is going to get rid of the muncher, give me access to the POW on the right side. Send it down. I'm just thinking about whether we can reverse the order, whether it's possible to do this first, basically. POW hit here is not really going to be the object we're looking for. If the POW is able to reload us through the rooms the other way. Yeah, I'm just thinking about whether we need to think further about how to fire the POW, so... Okay, so... kind of back into the same position we were in before. Now this should surely send the Goombas up if they hit one of my panels, right? The question is, can we proceed even further? The thing is, if you get the key, you can cycle around as much as you want, which means that we pretty much need an additional spring, I think. Let's think about this. So anyway, all this is going to be eliminated, as usual. This will be a first attempt in a long time that we're potentially going to set up the Goombas. Let's not get hit by fire, of course. The idea is that we can have lots and lots of Goombas. And let's be careful. And we'll have an extra POW available at some point. Oh. Having the extra POW available allows me to loop back around the key door. And we would still only have one spring. And then it would also respawn all of the blocks. That's not helpful. At some point I need to think about how to create a layout here that would allow a Goomba to walk, wrap around, and head over to key, which I'm assuming is in spring. In the note block, rather. Right now it kind of feels like we're certain steps out of what will be their final order. Let's just loop around once more. Yeah, because right now we're taking excessive damage as well. If we can figure out how to limit that with replacing one of those interactions along the way, then we're in much better shape. Okay, so that'll be good, I think. Now, we get Goombas coming up. Goombas everywhere. And then that's going to give you access to the POW on the right side. Eventually, when you have access to POW, when you want to use it, that gets rid of the muncher. But then at this point, is there any point to getting rid of the muncher? That's not clear to me. However, you can wrap back around with the POW. And perhaps that gives you the ability to create some kind of platform for additional Goombas to walk over to the key on the same attempt. Because right now we're not using the second POW as a POW. But if you drop it around where the one-way panels are, like drop it off the corner of the one-way panel without going through, and I mean here. So you take a POW, you drop it through, hopefully it lands here, then the Goomba can walk across. Ideally. I don't know if it can cross that gap though. But it might be a soft drop at POW that, you know, just lands it in an appropriate location that allows the Goomba to go through. And then it can walk over like that. That's the closest thing that I can see. If this would kindly... Oh no, it didn't fire. We stood directly under it, that's why we need to stand to its right. Okay, I have something I want to try then. What if you took a POW and dropped it in this location? Then does a Goomba successfully walk across? It seems like it would fall in the gap. But the thing I'm looking for is something like that. That allows the Goomba to walk down here. Possibly we even throw it. And then maybe if we throw it, it bounces well enough that the bounce can take it over. Because the wall bounces in Mega 1 are a little bit wild. So, what we'll do then is we're going to make it across once again. Wrap around this way. I don't know what the Buzzy is doing for me. Maybe we have to use the Buzzy shell. But I'm not sure how we can when we would be trapped by the one-way panel once we're down in that location. I actually don't know what the Buzzy shell is useful for then. I don't know what it's even doing there. Yeah, that's one big unknown, actually. We don't know what Buzzy Shell can be used for, or how to get it. Because if we can obtain that somehow for upthrow purposes, maybe that is also helpful. Currently, it's unclear how that's going to go. Drop this. Drop this. Up. Get fire. Fire, please. Yeah, there we go. Razor hazardous sometimes. This level. And the idea at this point, though, is that this POW can potentially be used as some sort of platform down here. So, what we'll do first of all is I'm going to check wall bounces for something like this. It looks like it actually would work if you... Oh, no, I didn't want to step over here. Mistake. The Goomba bounces around just enough that it looks like it would have an additional bounce past the POW that might get it as far as the spring down below. That's something, of course, very Maker 1 specific in that you are using the wall bounce. So this is potentially very much a Maker 1 puzzle in that respect. But before we know for sure, we're going to come down here and try to do everything as before. Okay, take the damage boost over here. Stand carefully. Close that off just for safety. Let's not create the columns of fire just yet until we actually need them, I think. Because otherwise it's just too hazardous down here. So what we'll do is we'll stand in that location, essentially. That actually looks like it's going to go. I wonder if we'll just let it walk, actually. Maybe we don't even need to do this throw. Maybe it'll just walk. Let's see it. Yeah, that's the key. Okay, then we have it. As long as we don't die to fire. Okay. As long as we don't die to fire. Now we do have to watch these columns carefully. Let's just stand here carefully and walk around. And that's to clear. Yeah, so it wasn't a wall bounce at all. We just let the Goomba walk. We just needed to piece that together. So thank you for that one, Tubba Chub. We hadn't really done too many one screens in Maker 1 as far as that was satisfying. And yeah, we actually did clear one of the other ones in this profile. I forgot. I knew there was one that we didn't. One that we got stuck on when I last played it 2 years ago. So yeah, I don't know if you have any other specific recommendations. I don't remember why I bailed on that one. We got P-switch pipes. I don't remember what it was with P-boost that we didn't understand, but I remember spending some time on this and not making headway. We could take a look at it again, potentially, but again, it looks like we were missing something critical about it. So, is there anything else that you would like to take a look at? If you have a particular favorite? Seems like Turtle Trouble was well liked. Seems like there were some other ones. Try out Yoshi Palace? Yeah, let's take a look. And see what this is all about. Okay, so... well, let's scroll over here. There's no scroll stop anyway, so let's see. There's going to be a door that is matched somewhere. What does this door match to? These two are matched together. Okay, that means this door, with the arrow conspicuously pointing towards it, is going to be the exit. But once we're past the exit, we need to actually get to the goal, which is way up high. And without much in the way of flight distance, so far as I can tell. Which means that even when you're past the goal, well, you'd have to jump off of Yoshi probably, right? It's Yoshi Palace. Let's see what this is. It's an egg. Yeah, thought so. But if you had a P-switch that was activated, then it could spring Yoshi all the way across. However, you'd have to have a P-switch that's activated, and you would need to punch that with an object. Such as the spring over here, in fact. Nope, didn't think so. I was thinking, yeah, this seems like the kind of thing where it was seeing speedruns and like where you can actually sneak through, but it doesn't look to be the case. This will be reset here. Also, notice that if you have something get on top of the note block above the thwomp, that should displace the thwomp to the right and then send it down into the pit. But you don't want to send it down to the pit necessarily. You want to send it... you would want to stack an object here such that the thwomp gets trapped by a spring. The reason for that is so you can get Yoshi on top of the thwomp. Otherwise you can't get Yoshi out of here, I don't think. Well, I mean, you could just use some kind of other spring setup. If you have a spring anyway, yeah, I guess you just use that to get Yoshi out. I actually think you need Yoshi tongue to grab the spring here. I think that's how it's set up. Wait a minute. Never mind. I guess we snuck through. Alright, never mind. And of course, because of pipe duplication, if we take this through with us, we can grab another one. So we should take this through. Or we could just grab Yoshi right now. However, we grab Yoshi right now, we don't have a way to use the reset door. Because basically the idea was we hit P-switch, then we up throw this spring. The spring goes up, Yoshi comes down, you get Yoshi plus spring. What you don't have is a way to get to the top left to the note block, if so. In order to get to the note block... how would you get to the note block? Because Yoshi's going to be trapped in that location. He gets sprung out of there. You would need some other way to spring Yoshi up to the top and have him kind of bounce over, perhaps. I don't see how that can happen currently. But if you get Yoshi down here right now with just a single throw, like a P or something, or if you get Yoshi down here... yeah, I don't know how we executed this, by the way, in terms of getting through this corner. Because if that's a necessary part of the solution, I can't really repeat it very reliably. I don't think... oh, maybe we can. Because that implies to me that we should actually duplicate the spring if we can. Because that's going to be strictly an improvement in our current position. I don't really know how to execute this reliably, because we seem to need to fall right into that corner. But we don't need to do it at this point, because what we can do is we can just get Yoshi, and Yoshi can tongue it, and we'll have 2 springs available. Then we'll be in a situation where P-switch has been activated, but we have 2 springs. What do we do with 2 springs? Given that the thwomp is going to be an obstruction there. Well, we can just take Yoshi and we can just jump through the thwomp. If we take damage, Yoshi runs over. That's okay as long as he doesn't fall into the pit. But he would run backwards, wouldn't he? I feel like we do need to hit the note block somehow. And we would need to hit it from above. That's something that's still unknown. However, Yoshi is potentially able to grab a side spring. Oh, that's a bit of a long reach, though. I don't know about that. So I was thinking you have a spring over here, spring up above, jump with Yoshi, grab the side spring, spit it out somewhere else. Possibly Yoshi can actually do an object spit through the one-way panel, actually. Through the one-way panel, he can get enough of an object bounce all the way across to hit the thwomp that way. So in that case, we should be ready to do this. And I don't know if the coins will matter, but we do know that we can grab more now. Again, very difficult to redo this if I fail, because oh, guess not. Oh, no. Like I said, very difficult to redo this if I fail. The thing about the one-way panel, maybe we still need the P-switch to be active, but the thing is, you can normally throw objects through the one-way panel as Mario, right? So why wouldn't you just hold and drop? But then you can just hold and throw across. I don't know if the throwing distance there is going to be sufficient, but we can try something like that. Once again, we need to figure out how to get in here. I'll try it with the P, actually. Since I don't think that makes a difference. It just seemed more successful. We know it's possible. I don't know if it's cheese or intended, but it looks like it's intended. It's just that I don't know what a good angle is for doing that. Let's drop the P for a moment. Yeah, you stuck into that. How do we do that? Was it just a crouch jump? Might have been. Yeah. I don't know how to do it reliably, that's the thing. It's so very specific. Anyway, we definitely want to duplicate, so let's duplicate. Most important is just not hitting the wall and killing your momentum. Okay. Yeah, because I've only ever really seen this in a speedrun context. Grab Yoshi. Now we get 2 springs. And I wonder if it's possible for Yoshi to grab the far spring or something. That's way out of the way. No, I don't think so. Oh, that's okay, because we can get a second one as long as it was to... Oh, no, it was the wrong one. Okay. Too bad. Yeah, we shouldn't spit the one that doesn't respawn from the pipe. Let's start over. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit execution dependent, like this one here. We're hitting the wall though. Just need a more precise landing. momentum here. Get this guy out of the way. Yeah, I don't know a good method for this. Even though it's clearly the solution, I think. Come on. Feels very trial and error for me. Because we don't know what the reliable positioning on it will be. Here we go. Whoop. I guess we'll do it again. Here we go. Yeah, you kind of landed right half. Anyway, we have to keep track of the springs. So if we accidentally lose one, we don't lose the wrong one. Actually through here. So yeah, if we throw anything, we throw the one that we get from the pipe. Oh, no. Yeah, that's okay. That's exactly why we did that. The thing is, can I throw through the one-way panel as Mario? I should be able to. However, that doesn't go nearly far enough. We would need to probably push that further with a side spring. And currently, we can't grab that side spring. I actually feel like we needed to throw the one-way panel, throw the spring rather, while we had P-switch still active, and throw it through the bottom tile. But that would just bounce back. That can't be it. Is that within range for us to grab it back? I don't think it is. Anything we can do. So, when Yoshi takes damage, does he bounce back? He does. But if you can get him to bounce through here instead, where if you set up the spring such that Yoshi bounces to the right, deflects off the wall, and bounces back up here. I don't think he goes far enough, though. I think that's not going to be enough height. When you made this level, nobody really knew that no block interaction was possible, so you wanted to put it in a puzzle because it was new. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I think, too execution dependent as a puzzle development, which is why it's rarely seen in puzzles, just because of that, perhaps. We still need to dunk the swamp, I think. Like, trying to damage boost the swamp, I think, isn't really going to work. We need to find some way to send something up and really dunk the swamp down below. Also, I need to check one thing. Was this block a vine block? It was not. Because it's just an egg. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, first try. That's unusual. But we will take it. So yeah, because currently I'm not necessarily seeing how we're going to get something up to the note block. It probably shouldn't be Yoshi, because it's got to be the same attempt as keeping Yoshi down here so we can ride on top of the swamp. And I think it would be possible to ride on top of the swamp as long as we obstruct it, like once it gets displaced over to the right. That's clearly what note block should be for, right? Because trying to bounce Yoshi around after a damage boost doesn't really seem like it will work. I mean, maybe you could go sort of backwards into him or something, and then Yoshi runs back and forth. Another thing we could do is, instead of waiting for Yoshi to grab this one, grab a second one now. We haven't really considered that possibility sufficiently. That there's something else we can do with Yoshi if we do this quickly instead. Anyway, it's really difficult to do, actually. There we go. Yeah, we shouldn't crouch jump into it, in fact. Anyway, the left one right now is the one that spawned from a pipe, so it's the one that we can afford to lose. We don't need to throw an object here, we can just jump. Because we have 2 springs. But we can also throw through the bottom tile here. I feel like that would just bounce back. Like you throw something, this vertical spring here would just bounce back. But let's see, because we're able to just hit at this point. Whoa, I didn't want to do that. Hang on. I didn't want to actually hit it until we activated the P-switch. But that's okay because we, well, no, it's not okay because that spawned Yoshi at this point. However, if you're in that position, then what you can do is you can have P-switch. No, you can't have P-switch anywhere because you need to use the P-switch to get Yoshi. However, no, the Yoshi back bounce is obviously not going to happen there. However, you can preload that in that position. And maybe as Yoshi comes out, there's some kind of other displacement that can happen with that in this location. That's something worth considering. That you grab it up first, you place it there, then you launch Yoshi out, and then see what happens with the egg. Because the egg would kind of bounce over here. Well, no, it would. I don't see how that would change anything. Interestingly enough, that could bounce objects over. Probably not sufficient, no. I mean, if you do throw a P-switch there, Mr. All Games All Day, welcome. And welcome, and 7 Silhouette, Scrabble to you as well. We are here near the very end of Maker 1. We've been running quite a few levels today, and we've been doing a couple of levels here submitted by Tub and Chub. Can I start us off with a Scrabble factoid, please? Yes, so the latest edition of the North American Dictionary, which came into effect in tournament play this month, I think it was. Like, it actually just came into effect within the last week or so. Although I have to remember, because there are actually kind of 2 different variants of the North American Dictionary, one with offensive words and one without. It includes a new word that will be very familiar to people who play Mario Maker, which is janky. Janky is now a word that is in the North American Scrabble Dictionary. I don't know if it's in the international one yet, because that hasn't been revised as recently. However, a word you will not find, oddly enough, is jank. I actually just learned that today, by the way. I learned it literally like an hour or two before I got on stream. So that's your Scrabble factoid of the day. A Mario Maker special. Okay, we're gonna duplicate. If I preload a spring on top of Yoshi's egg spawn position, why would that do anything? I don't think it does anything. However, if you hit the P-switch ahead of time, and maybe throw... a spring into position on the lower level, why would that do anything? I don't think it does, because it would be trapped by the one-way panel. And regardless if you have an egg coming out, that would also be trapped by the one-way panel, so I don't see how that would get any kind of bounce, but we're going to try it. So what we'll do... Oh, let's grab this thing. Grab this thing, come on. This is a problem now. There we go. Yeah, that doesn't do anything for you. And it's not even reachable now. But the other possibility, like I was saying, is if you lay 2 springs down, such that you take damage boost with Yoshi, and then you drop Yoshi back down, and then maybe Yoshi can spring back up here. That would be tricky. How can something be janky if it can't be jank? Yeah, that'll have to wait until the next edition. Anyway, let's grab this. And yeah, we need to duplicate again. Whoops. I mean, I don't know that we need to duplicate, but it certainly helps. There's no reason not to. And yeah, Tub and Chub is the puzzle maker behind this one, and Tub and Chub is indeed from Canada. So the alternative I was considering is to get Yoshi on some kind of loop. I don't think Yoshi goes far enough though. Like if Yoshi jumps on a spring, he's not going to go far enough to get up to that position. We still need to get the note block up above somehow. I don't see how we're going to do it. Maybe with some kind of spring interaction with the thwomp, but... Because originally what I was thinking is that you could, like, sort of make a little tower where you hit the note block up above, and then the thwomp comes down to this position. Thwomp is then bounce indefinitely on top of a spring sort of located here. And then Yoshi could climb on top, and you just walk off the thwomp and walk through the door. I think you need Yoshi with a spring in his mouth in order to get through the gate. I think that's actually going to be the end condition. If you look at it here, it's the only way you can make that height, is if you have a spring and then you jump off Yoshi. Which means that that has to be the exit condition. Yoshi with a spring in his mouth. Which means that you can't just have a single duplication with both springs still standing down here. You need something else that is going to knock the thwomp over to the right side. So I feel like the best bet is if we find some way to get Yoshi within range of swallowing... Oh, I didn't want to hit that again. Swallowing the side spring, such that you can use the side spring to push one of these springs over to the left side. At that point, though, P-switch has been expended already, you'd have to think. I feel like if we get within range of actually tonguing the side spring over here, then we're in much, much better shape. Because then Yoshi is able to... Well, first of all, you're able to use it as a platform to get out. And you can get another P-switch. That's several tiles in. I don't see how we could get that. Yeah, I mean, usually the puzzles that I find are hardest are the ones that do have very few assets. Minimalist puzzles. Because the number of possible moves often seems very few, which means that you'd be missing, if anything, just one very obscure move. That's a knowledge check, often. Like this one here. And yeah, we previously did play some of Tup and Chub's Puzzle Maker 2, I think, which is why we were familiar with his profile, and why he was around here last time we did viewer levels in Maker 1 2 years ago. Anyway, no reason not to duplicate, so let's do it. Yeah, we need to get something on top of the note block. That's the big obstruction right now. And I don't know if there's maybe a way to deflect the Yoshi egg further past where he's coming out right now. I think so, actually. What if you just had a spring come down here, project something on top of another spring, you juggle the Yoshi egg. Oh, mushroom is here. You used a mushroom. Yeah. No, I didn't even notice one-up mushroom. The whole time this one-up mushroom was staring me in the face. One-up mushroom is what hits no block. Yeah, no, that's easy. That's easy. I see it now. Yeah. The code will be displayed here afterwards as well. I don't see why you think puzzle makers are so hard to find. We find puzzle makers everywhere. I don't know if you mean Maker 1 or 2, but... Yeah, no, we hadn't used a one-up. I didn't even look at it, actually. This is easy now, actually, because... Well, we might be missing a step, but... We basically need some kind of offset here that's going to retain the thwomp in place. But both springs will be available to use. No, because Yoshi just needs to use one spring to get out. Actually, no. The thwomp can just drop in a pit, because we know that we can make that jump with just one spring. So one spring is here. We drop the thwomp. We use the spring. Yoshi has the other spring in his mouth. Very easy. Very easy, actually. Yeah, I hadn't even looked at this one up here, because this is Maker 1, right? Oh. Push. And the thing about Maker 1 is that it's very easy to have a blind spot for these room changes, simply because so often it's just there because we didn't have scroll stop. And so it's very easy to just not even think about this stuff, because it looks like it's, you know, something that's going to be part of the end screen. So it's very, very well disguised if you look at the location. Very well disguised. I was staring at this thing the whole time, and we can just chuck it, drop it, and then we do the duplication like this. And duplication is kind of the central part of the trick here as well, which it's very easy to miss if you don't know it, because it only works in Maker 1. Oh, that doesn't get me far enough. I thought it would, for some reason, because... Did we just not have enough momentum? I thought I previously made that jump just fine. Or did we only make that jump because of the damage boost through the thwomp? Maybe we needed something additional to stand on then, after activating the P-switch. I was so confident that we would make that. And, yeah, you were saying puzzle makers hesitant about viewer levels, as most people say no puzzles. Well, I mean, it depends on who you're talking to. I mean, that's not how we run things on my stream. But yeah, there are definitely a few people who are no puzzles in the context of viewer levels, simply because they know that puzzles can take long. Which I do find to be very sad. Because you're missing the best stuff in Mario Maker. Often. The stuff that actually teaches you Mario Maker. So yeah, like I said, the previous idea I had was you put a spring here and you sustain the thwomp. And I think you're still able to do that because the thwomp is just going to cover 2 tiles. So if you displace like this, then you can still jump. That was my original idea anyway. I don't see why we didn't do that. But we're going to get Yoshi. Then drop this kind of part way so we can pick it up again. Bump him out. Bump him out. Bump him out. There we go. Okay, no, that's fine. We should have placed it beforehand. It was a bad idea not to place it beforehand because the thwomp's actually going to be within range before we can drop this. Probably. Yeah, no, we need to pre-place it. The trick is to come to my stream and steal codes. Yeah, remind me after I'm kind of done with Maker 1 because I haven't had time to look this up, but I've got some really good puzzle codes in Maker 2 that you absolutely should see if you want to play puzzles. We played enough puzzles over the course of the past few years that we've seen some that are absolute classics. And like some of them one screen, some of them escape rooms, you know, a good mix. But we've seen some fun things over the last couple of years, especially when I was doing puzzle-only streams a little more frequently. You're playing a Shigamo on Sunday. I don't know if you've left yourself enough time. You might be running that all the way to server shutdown, which is alright if you save it locally or something. Because, like I said, it took me 5 hours with a little break in the middle to think about it. But of course I also went for all optional objectives. I went for all coins, and I was doing it solo. I didn't have backseating, so maybe you'll have a faster experience. Because it is a sizable level, let's just say. But maybe with some, you know, backseating from viewers, you'll have an easier time keeping track of information. Okay, what was I doing here? I'm playing so slowly because I'm talking at the same time. We want to grab the spring on the left side first before we displace the thwomp, so let's do that. I solved this already, I just need to do it. Duplication over here, good. So we're going to pre-place this. We're going to pre-place the one that came from the pipe so we don't lose it. And that if we do lose it, we can get another one. That's probably sufficient, but let's just be careful. Yeah, no, that's within the right tile, I think. And we'll place this one over here. Yeah, all I needed to do in this puzzle was seed and one-up mushroom. That was literally the only step. It jammed us for ages. Oh, that's still a miss. It totally looked like it would be within range, but I guess not. It totally looks like it should be within range, but maybe we need to do some kind of double stack on it. But no, we only have one object to stack it though, because I think what we need to do is after we get Yoshi with the P-switch, we need to somehow come back and reset. Through another door. I don't think we can, though. Actually, if you reset with Yoshi through here, it's okay if he takes damage on the way back. So the idea is that I can take 2 springs. I can exit with Yoshi, I can come back with Yoshi. Then you would be in a state where you have 1 spring, 1 P-switch, 1 Yoshi. you can use P-switch to reset and duplicate. Yeah, because you take damage boost. Okay, no, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Except not like that. I dropped the wrong one. No, the idea is that you use 2 springs to get out with Yoshi. You get back here with Yoshi. You take damage boost with a thwomp. Yoshi comes down. You catch Yoshi before he runs away. Then in this room, you have a new P-switch. You have a new spring. You take the P-switch over here. You reset through the door, you duplicate the spring. Then you have P-switch, spring, spring, thwomp, with the exception, or with the difference rather, that Yoshi is already out. If Yoshi is already out, use P-switch, spring, to set this up so that the spring is in the middle and displaces the thwomp. You don't even need that at this point, because, like, actually, if you have P-switch... Wait a minute, we can just make it. What are we doing? We can just make it. That's too complicated. That's too complicated. People would always get to the end with just a Yoshi or Spring thinking to beat it, but then not make the jump and rethink their solution. Yeah, that is exactly what we've done over here, because... You know what, Tub and Chub? We know that Yoshi can make the jump. We know how to solve it. I'm going to try my convoluted long way anyway, just to see if it works. Just to see if it works, because I mapped it out, and I think it actually might be interesting. I bet we can do it. It's not even cheese at this point because we're doing it an extra complicated and long way. I took the time to think about that alternative. I'm going to use it. Oh, actually, no, there's a problem with that. In fact, there's a reason that doesn't work. The reason it doesn't work is because the one-up mushroom is only going to appear once. And after a door reset is not going to come back to displace the thwomp a second time. So actually, no, that doesn't work. The simple way is best. Yeah, the thing I had in mind does not work. Okay, that's too bad. Because you need to spend the one-up mushroom to go through the gate with Yoshi the first time. And then if you come back, you can't spend it a second time. So, yeah, it's best if we just do things the easy way for once in our lives. Okay, in that case. Okay, then let's not fail to jump this time. Oh, careful. That was close. We just need a little more momentum to get that extra tile, actually. It's purely a momentum thing, I think, at this point. There we go. We solved this ages ago. We just needed to do it. I'm pretty sure you can cheese with a spring door entry after you get Yoshi, but that's not particularly easy to execute. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. If you mean doing the reset through the door by standing on top of a spring, which I don't know how doable that is. But anyway, fun one. I don't mind if you throw me another. We're able to stay a bit longer today. And like I said, we've got tons of codes on my end too that I want to go through over the next 2 days. And we'll do everything we can, so. Apparently if you disable Miiverse in the parental settings when you start a level, there's no delay. Huh. Oh, because it's trying to ping Miiverse or something then. Try turtle trouble. Curious. Alright, let's see it. This one seems quite popularly played relative to a lot of the one screens. I see a Cheep that's running around on the right side, and we don't know what that will be useful for yet. Let's inspect the exit, just to see if we know what we're dealing with. The Cheep is just a potential damage gate or something that you need to cut through with an object, perhaps, after unstacking the munchers, which looks like it will require 2 POWs. We see 1 POW on the board. We don't know if the top part of the puzzle is accessible. It is. Not much up here, though. I mean, you can trap something down here. Possibly, like, placing an object here that you can loop back around to access later. In which case, it would almost certainly have to be a POW. For some reason. But that wouldn't do the double unstack for the munchers here, though. So we need to think about what is the alternative to killing the munchers with 2 POW activations. Is there a way to kill it with 1 POW activation? Unless there's somewhere else that we can get a POW. We need to see what's inside the note block, actually. It is a POW. Okay, that accounts for it. I thought so, because that was the only other possible source for a POW that I could see. That means that we need to have this dunked from above, because we're obviously not going to access it from below. You had a habit of stretching the definition of one screen a bit around its period. Yeah, that's fine, as long as there's no spawn jank from it. I mean, the purpose of one screen is, well, so you can kind of do the puzzle with your eyes, which means that it's perfectly fine if the goal screen is a little out of the way. And secondly, for any spawning issues to not be that present, right? I mean, we saw a lot of things in Maker 1 especially described with one screen, so we're 1 screen wide and 2 screens high. Very often. In fact, I think most of Pink Birdo's puzzles were kind of like that. Often with a lot of door transitions within one screen as well, you know, going up and down. Whoops, we didn't want to hit that yet. Yeah, you always consider it a one screen. That's perfectly within bounds, I think. The one screen police aren't going to come after you for this. If we can get a Koopa to walk over by, for example, doing an object stack to send it over a little bit at a time, then we can get it to walk over without activating the POW. If it lands on top of the cloud, then what happens with a red Koopa is that it will double back and jump back here. So we want a Koopa to be located there. Alternatively, we could maybe be able to unshell it, and unshelling it might actually send it back this way. There's a particular logic to which direction the unshelled Koopa goes to when it goes back, and I don't always remember it. But it looks like if you unshell and it goes this way, it's only going to bounce to the middle cloud. Then if it bounces to the middle cloud, it's going to walk back out. I keep activating this by mistake. You had one level you'd think you made right after this, which the one screen police definitely did come after you for, yeah. God, all these snitches who report levels all the time and call the one screen police. Anyway. If you have 2 P-switches stacked, that's enough to get the Koopa to run across. Then you have 2 P-switches stacked again over here, and it's not going to walk across, but it's going to create a platform to unshell a Koopa to the right side. So we do probably need to drop one of these platforms. But if we drop one of these platforms, then we have created a situation where we can't go over to the cloud that's in the top right the way that we were doing earlier. But what we can do is pop this shell, drop it on top over here, and maybe spin jump on top of it. No, we can't quite make it. From this side, anyway. We might be able to make it from the other side. Oh, didn't want to do that. Hang on. The idea is we create some way to get up here without lowering the platform. Either that, or we use the shell as the object that will eventually keep loaded in place. Because what else would it be? It's not like we're using a POW there, right? Except a POW would kill it, because I feel like the purpose of that trap over there is to load a POW there such that you activate it as late as possible, so you don't kill any of the other elements that you need to use up to that point. And so I feel like eventually it's going to be a reordering here where we have to spawn a POW from the note block first, then carry it across, then drop it into the top right for a very, very late activation. Currently it looks like a POW would drop the spiny stack, and the spiny stack, yeah, because the issue is that if you hit a POW too early, the spiny stack walks down and it blocks off that column. So it actually should be a POW that's loaded on top of the cloud on the top right. Because then you're able to, you know, mess around with other objects up to the point, or... Oh, no, that's fine, actually. Because what you do is you drop a POW over here instead. And the reason that you load a shell in advance is because then you can kick a shell to the left, through the one-way panel, through the bumper, and then you hit a POW with a shell as the ending. So that's how you would do a 2-POW activation. Is you would carry one POW through with you, you would change over to the shell, and then the shell would be able to cut all the way through. And it would cut through the spiny stack too, I think. So I think that's okay. So now let's walk the other one over. I said let's walk the other one over. Is that not enough? It's a bit too much of a gap. Wow. Maker 1 object bounces. You know, we can actually do the head bump. All the way across, probably. And we don't even need to unshell this guy, we can just bump him. But we'll try the unshelling method first. Yes, and that'll work. See a POW. Great. So now what happens is we need to figure out a couple of things. First of all, P-switch is going to release the block that is next to the Cheep Cheep. Then I think you need to fire a shell at the Cheep Cheep. It deflects off the muncher. It bounces back. Then you use it to hit a POW. So the question is, what do we take with us? We don't want to activate a POW yet because it's going to drop a spiny stack. We carry one POW forward. We set up the other POW on the platform, I think. Oh, we're in a bad situation object-wise here. One moment. So the idea is that we set up a POW on a platform such that we jump on top of it. And I think we need to maybe jump on top of the bumper first then, and then whoop, let's not activate the platform. I was trying to avoid that. Well, okay, let's map it out though. Let's map it out and let's pretend that the platform is still here. Let's pretend that the POW is on top of the platform. I was trying to soft drop it over here, which we probably could do, like if we just stood here and we just checked the range. Yeah, because that would drop it on top of the platform. That's what we need to do. And then we could walk on top of that POW on the platform. We could jump back down. We could then take a second object up with us. So let's prototype this, pretending that the POW is still on top of the platform. Then we can take the P-switch through here. No, we need to take a second POW, right? Oh yeah, we forgot to activate the first POW down below. We need some way to activate this first POW down below. And we didn't even think about that. Because again, we cannot lower these guys yet. However, if you just kill the Spinies... Oh, you can't. Okay. Oh, but you can just block them like that. Then there's no risk of them going through. The issue is that you're trapped in this location at this point if you do that. And that any kind of activation with the first POW has to be remote. So the question at this point is, how do we activate the POW that is down low? Because the first POW activation kills the Muncher. The second POW activation drops the Spiny by an additional stack. And of course, you're going to cut through the shell with it at some point anyway, so you have to be standing here. Then the cannon is going to close the gate behind you. So the idea is that you would kind of send things over this way. And then... if you activate a POW, you can always land everything on top of the... well, I mean, if it lands on top of the P-switch, then it would crash the P-switch. Okay, let's do this again, but try to be accurate about the POW. So, same idea here. We're going to start with the same order. Like this. I like the current order. There are a few things to sort out about it to clean it up. Also, you can totally head bump to Koopa. If you want to walk it around a slow way, but then you would lose the shell, and we kind of need the shell, I think. Whoops. Oh, didn't expect that. I would just step on it. Hang on. Okay, so stack and stack. Actually, if we kind of head bump it from below, then that may in fact let it across, but just do a clean stack. Oh, didn't want to send it down like that, obviously. Oops. But yeah, if you do the head from below, that actually does escort the Koopa across a little more accurately, since the E is not going to be accurately placed. We'll grab this one. Grab this. Set it down. Set it down. Maintain position. Oh, no. It's a little bit fuzzy. It's cleaner in Maker 2 because of the object drop, I think, but... across. And then unshell wrong way. God. Yeah, let's get back into the position that we were in earlier, because that was fairly promising. We just needed to not drop the upper platform. We can avoid it. Okay. There we go. At this point, let's just get some objects out of the way. So, question right now is, how do we activate the POW that is on the other side over here. It looks like you would need a Koopa shell to be sent across. But it means that we would need some kind of big deflection pattern where the shell comes down, for instance. So maybe we do need to drop the platform. Maybe we do need to drop the upper platform such that a shell comes down, bounces back through the P. The problem with that is, of course, that it's not going to cross this gap. Unless we have some kind of stack that uses the shell. The shell stack with P, we need to check this. Oh. Whoops. From just a pure tech perspective, I need to check this. I think the shell acts like Yoshi does, where the P bounces off of it. Like that. And that's okay if you're setting it up over here. Like this. So you have a shell here. Drop a P over here. Then I think this actually should still qualify as a one-tile gap that would cut across the power. Then you place a P over here. Then you would have a long deflection pattern over here, where you can take out a cheap first, and then the idea is that you have a second POW available at that point that you can hang on to. So then you take a POW through with you. So let's pretend we hold a POW, drop through here, drop through here, drop the POW, take this shell, and then we need to figure out how to sort of manipulate objects a bit so we don't lose the POW when we inevitably fire the shell. Because we would need to fire the shell if we have the P switches in place. So we need to figure out where to place a POW such that we can pick it up safely. Maybe here. Okay, just place it in this location. Perhaps. And try to get within grab range. I don't know if we can get within grab range of it. Oh. And it's okay to cut this off at this point because we don't want the Spinies to walk down at this point anyway. It's just something that prevents you from activating the POW when you were outside the final box. Of course, it's even better if we can load a POW here and then take a shell with us here. That is actually much better if we can manage it. And indeed, that actually opens up a slight possibility here. When we talk about maintaining some platforms for as long as possible, we can walk this one across instead. And that way we don't need to drop the platform too soon. When we don't drop the platform too soon, well, let's see if it's possible for us to sail that across. And then POW will come down. Yeah, drop drip, we've already sort of done our inspection with the one-screen police. So that's been taken care of. Okay, at this point, we are able to take the POW with us and drop it over on the cloud, which is actually going to be an improvement from what we had previously. Then we set up the shell deflection. And hopefully it will work. I don't know exactly what the shell angle will be as it comes off here. We basically need the shell to come off to this location, bounce back. That's assuming that we want the POW to be in that location in the first place. Yeah, we don't know what the shell angle will be. We need to account for the possibility that we actually need the platforms to remain up and running, and for P to obstruct over here such that the shell can have a nice gentle angle down to the P and then bounce back all the way. But then the question is, at this point, how do we get the second P if we do that? Because if we want to load the POW over to the cloud, then we're not going to be able to maintain this platform, I think. Let's try it with the POW in the cloud location first, until we've tested the shell deflection pattern. If it turns out the shell deflection pattern doesn't work, and that we need to maintain both platforms alive, then we'll change the order. What happened to my first P? Did I drop it? Oh, I dropped it in the pit, didn't I? Or did I lost my first P. Okay, never mind. We'll test the deflection pattern anyway, because we need to see it, basically. We need to see it. I need to see that it's valid. So the idea is, well, first of all, oh no, we can't jump in this location, I forgot. Yeah, we actually need to test out a few things with the shells first before we do anything else, so we don't waste too much time chasing the wrong solution. And the drop drip, what about the skip command? Good question. We need a command to sort of make a record skip. Highly necessary. So yeah, we're going to test this out beforehand, because we know that we need a shell throw. Okay, that's going to sail over to P, so that's not going to work. How do we do it previously? Because if we put a E on a platform and then a POW on a platform, maintain both platforms alive. I think I know how to do it. It's going to take a little bit of object trading. But essentially, eventually you can throw the P here, drop a POW on top of it, then jump on top of the POW. No, you would still need to grab the POW to load it, right? So that doesn't work. But the idea is that we're trying to find a way to get up here such that eventually a shell throw is going to bounce off that P. Problem currently is having a way that will get through the cheap. Previously, oh yeah, previously we didn't have that issue because I obstructed with like a P over here. And if I obstruct with a P over here, then... Well, let me take a look at this. Because basically you would bounce it back and you sail it across, so long as you have another object that is down below. Okay. Anyway, we know how to do things up to a point, but then I need to rethink this at this point, because unless the shell is sort of deflectable past here, whoops. Yeah, we know how to maintain both platforms, but then the POW might not be the object that is in the top right. It would have to be a shell on the top right. And we have to think about whether that's okay. Alternatively, yeah, because it seems like the point of these platforms here is to get a big long deflection that'll go down to the lower POW. But then we don't have any kind of P-switch activation. I'm thinking at this point, do we activate a P-switch to get through the turn block, or do we use a shell to get through the turn block? If we need a P-switch activation, we don't know what's going to do it, except if the P-switch gets activated as the shell kind of passes on the way over. We have to see it, basically, but... I have to test this, in fact. Oh, whoops, not that. So we dunk this, walk it across. I need to see what happens when we just have a shell rather than the unshelled Koopa cross over here. Yeah, it does not activate the P-switch, of course, but it will sail cleanly across, which is what we want as the final step. The problem is currently the yellow block, the turn block that is beside the Cheep Cheep. That we don't know what to do yet, except if you let the Muncher stack come down, then the Muncher gives you a deflection on a shell. No, it doesn't, because if a Muncher dies, then Spinies come down, and then the shell doesn't deflect. Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, so the turn block is the obstacle right now, so let's grab this. Let's rethink the order once again. We'll access the second POW first, before we do anything else. Well, no, didn't want to do that. Walk it across. Load over here. Nope. Execution mistakes, as always. Okay, so we walk this across like this. No, wrong way. Yeah. It's very claustrophobic here, in terms of being able to execute that when Koopa's trying to walk over. So. If we maintained a POW in that location... Let's see. Nope, missed it. Didn't place the shell in the right place. Okay. Okay, let's do that. Hang on a moment. Just place in the middle here. Middle tile. And that way you get the P-switch down. Send it across. That gives you the POW. Nope. Unless, of course, you accidentally kick the shell into yourself. Place. Place. Kick. Be extra careful picking this up. It's going to give you the POW. At this point, what we can do is we can place a POW up here. And then we can jump up to P. Problem is that we don't know which object to place on top. It's not going to be the P, because the P would just obstruct your head on a ceiling. I actually wonder if the fact that the Koopa is still alive up there, the unshelled Koopa, might actually be able to do something in terms of something like remote P activation. I don't think so, though. Anyway, I'm really not convinced that the POW is what we want here anyway. Because now we can't really even get it. However, this allows me to get any other object up to the cloud area without other problems. Now, no matter what, we want to set this up. Yeah, we need to kind of do this puzzle in parts, I think. We need to see how certain interactions are going to look first, not like that. Yeah, we need to see some of the later interactions to make sure they work the way I think they're going to work. Because then we need to see what the missing pieces are going to be. And it looks like the missing pieces, one of them is going to be the Cheep Cheep, for sure. Another thing we can do is, without lowering the platform, we can kind of do a double stack here. One moment. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Hang on. I wanted to jump that without the pickup. I mean, that's kind of functionally equivalent to just landing a POW on top of this, though. You can't get the POW up here. That's the issue that we're running into right now. If we want the POW to be in the cloud location. So right now, one of the choices that we're making is, do we put a shell on the cloud and then take a POW with us, or do we put a POW on the cloud and take a shell with us? And the reason it matters is because it could affect our ability to cleanly get rid of the Cheep Cheep. Because we don't, like if we have a shell here, so the first POW has to be the one over here. The reason is because if we activate another POW first, that's going to destroy this shell and then destroy this setup here. Which means the long POW deflection has to happen first. And that's going to be our only shell, which means that the order has to be take out the turn block, take out the Cheep Cheep. Then it's going to be a long firing pattern that gets you across. And the problem with that is, how do we hit the turn block in such a way that the shell deflection makes sense? How soft drop actually could kill the Cheep Cheep? Maybe. I'm thinking in terms of Maker 2. In Maker 2 that works. Maker 1 I'm not sure. We don't need a shell to kill the Cheep Cheep if we could just smash it with a POW instead. And then that way we just hit the turn block. Oh, except we need to carry a POW to do that, so we can't do that. You pick up the shell, drop the shell, pick up the POW, kick the shell. I need to see... Okay, let's try this for a moment. Let's say we place a shell over here. Let's just run into it with a P-switch. Do we die? We do. Okay. Just making sure that there's nothing I'm unaware of in the engine. Because right now, I don't know how to get rid of the Cheep Cheep. I'm thinking way, way ahead of what we need to do for that to happen. I'll map out what we have so far, so we can see what's missing. In case there's something that takes me by surprise about the way that something works. So currently we don't know how to get a POW. What we can do actually is yeah, I kind of feel like we need to destroy one of the platforms, which is too bad. Then supposing that we take a shell up to the top location, then we would have a POW still available. So the way we would do it is this. We want to sustain both platforms. POW here, and hopefully we can grab it again afterwards. So this is with the shell here rather than a POW. I think it has to be here, because if we take the POW there, we would have to drop one of the platforms. I'd like to grab the POW actually without destroying everything. And we put ourselves in a bit of a bad situation actually. Let's just try to be careful about this without landing on the P. Let's move it out of the way. We want the P to eventually be in that position. Okay, good. So this is what we have currently. We have one P here, which we're going to set up here. We then have shell plus P over here. This way I don't just need to describe everything verbally, I can actually just show it. Then we take the POW through here. No, not like that. Just trying to do this. Okay, well now it's not going to work because the shell is just going to cut through, but this is a block. And we need to be careful with that because now the question is, can we take the shell down and kind of trade with the POW? Oh, whoops, not like that obviously, we need to grab it halfway. If we hit the block in events, then we have... we can't lose the shell. We also can't activate a P-switch. Let's think about this. You see the one-screen police showed up while you were gone. Yeah, I know, they kind of knocked on our door here. Yeah, we've made a fair bit of progress, but I'm definitely missing one thing, which is currently we don't know how to deal with the cheap sheep cleanly. And I mean, I don't know how far we'd progressed when you were gone, but whoops. We have to die to a lot of execution mistakes while we do this as well. Currently I'm thinking that in order to maintain both platforms alive, we have to put a shell in the top corner, not a POW in the top corner. We can get both objects back, it's just a matter of thinking about how we can cleanly get rid of the cheap sheep. And I think we can do it. I think actually if we're holding a POW into that location, then a POW can cut through it with a soft drop. And we'll do this. We'll move some things out of the way. We'll get the POW into position here. We'll take the shell with us up here without hitting the POW. Put it down here. This is what we have so far. We'll take this POW down. Throw the P-switch up. And then set up the other P-switch. like this. Now, the problem I ran into last attempt was we accidentally bumped off the bumper onto this platform and we lowered it. I don't want to lower it, I want to push in like this if we can. So this is what we have. I think we might as well pop this for safety, so the spinies don't come down. Now, we need to do kind of a jump barely up to the cloud, grab the shell, come down. Now here's the problem, which is if we have the POW in this location, or the shell in this location, how do we cleanly execute this? Is this... No, I can't jump through this without dying. Oh. That was not what I expected, actually. I was hoping to hit the turn block and survive, and then soft drop the POW into the Cheep Cheep. Yeah, we have a bit of an ordering issue here, basically, with object drops. What I need to figure out... We need to practice basically manipulating shell plus POW in the same row there, such that we can actually kick the turn block accordingly. Because it looks like there is one object interaction that we need to fix up. Let's let this guy walk. Let him walk again. Kick him over. It's going to give you POW. Let's move some stuff out of the way just so we minimize disaster. Soft drop like that's good. That's still going to be a little far over in terms of picking it up is concerned. Let's move this well out of the way. Grab the POW cleanly if we can without lowering the platform. Up throw the P-switch into that location. Yeah. So the missing link right now is this turn block. I can do everything except for that with what I have right now, I'm pretty sure. Okay, here. Let's be careful not to get bounced down below. I think maybe it's possible to drop the POW a little bit further, and basically I don't want this shell to hit this POW on the way out. And it's not easy to see how to place this POW such that I'm able to pick it up without the shell running into it. Because if this position were reversed, if you had a POW up in this corner and you were holding a shell, then you would hit a POW. And then Spiny Stack would come down and lock off the left side here. Shell would be able to cut through that just fine if you activate this turn block. I'm trying to think about whether maybe we do need to activate a P-switch then. And if we do have to activate a P-switch, then how do we get the shell to sail across the two-tile gap? Because it seems like we need to activate a P-switch in order to get rid of this thing cleanly. Because I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, what if it's actually a P-switch And that I need to take with me. And then are we able to have the shell make it over to the POW regardless? Given that I don't think a POW is going to stack on top of the shell. Actually, this is Maker 1. We don't know some of this stuff. But I would have assumed that the POW would just kill the shell if you tried to soft drop it on top. But maybe that's not the case. But we're talking about an empty shell, not a live shell, right? So things are must be a little bit different. Because if you can have a shell down in the lowest position rather than a P-switch, the problem at that point is activating the second POW. Let's see this again, because if you grab this, maybe grab... Nope, hang on. Yeah, there's something that needs to happen there. We need to practice it down here so we don't burn so many attempts on it. Basically, I don't know what is going to get me through the turn block at this point. It looks like it's going to be shell followed by using the soft drop and a POW to kill it, but... Or, like, if you throw the second POW through the Cheep Cheep, then it kills the Cheep Cheep and it takes out the second Muncher, right? But the question right now is how to do that without just straight up dying to the shell. Like how to get to the shell to the left of the POW. That's currently a bit of an open question. Basically, if you take the POW into the top right and the shell is on the cloud, how do you switch them? I feel like if I can figure that out, then we are in very good shape. No, not like that. Okay, down... Oh, no, not like that either. There's so many control issues sometimes when it comes to doing simple puzzles, or even complex puzzles. Okay, let's take this. Let's not lose this. Out the POW. So we might need to practice this in terms of whether we can sort of run with a POW. Well, first of all, let's see what happens. Soft drop on a POW should kill the shell, right? It does not. It displaces. What if you soft drop from the side without the little jump? No, not like that. I'm trying to pick it up. It's the problem with puzzles that you lose so much time not to thinking, but to having to redo things from execution. And nope. Yeah, because if we can figure out... You see, the spacing is so tight there, it doesn't really give you any room to jump around a shell. But if we can figure out how to displace and trade between the two, maybe we're okay. Well, we'll have to think about that. Let's move this first. No. And the other challenge is retaining information and retaining your thought process after tons of execution mistakes. And yeah, like that one where you activated the POW too early. Alright, hang on. I wonder if the Koopa that I'm unshelling in that location could be used somehow. I don't think so, given that spawning position over that pit. I don't see a way to get it out of there. So tricky to actually step on this properly. No. Bounced the wrong way. I'll walk it over. Walk it over here. I'll wait. Walk it over here. Jump over. Kick. Good. Took so long just to get to this state. And now this is potentially very error prone to have all these shells everywhere. Okay, now that we have the POW, we can place it. Oh no, let's not kick this by mistake. Okay. Let's try this again. No. Slipped off. Yeah, it's too bad that we have to burn so much time just on redoing the setup, but that's just going to happen when the setup is complicated. Okay, let's place. Place. Come on, let's let it walk. It's not gonna walk up. Yeah, slowly. No, we just failed to do the drop. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just not a lot of room to move. That's just the nature of one screens. This guy needs to squeeze across the one-way panel here. Just trying to pick up the shell and not kick it. Okay, let's send it over here. Send them over here. Yeah, the problem is that we have no headroom there to actually jump over it. You can actually just throw the P-switch towards the shell and it'll go to the other side. Like this? Oh, okay, that would not have occurred to me. Is that a Maker 1 thing, or does that work in 2? I don't think it ever occurred to me to try that. Okay. Grab this. Yeah, I had no idea about that actually. We played so many puzzles. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Maker 1 only. Yeah, because it's one of those weird deflections. So many things we have to test in the editor. I always say that about so many things we see in Maker 1. We have to check this in Maker 2, and then I don't end up checking it in Maker 2 because there are so many things to remember. It's on the long, long list of things to check. We should be taking notes. Yeah, it doesn't look like the shell deflection gets far enough to just come down with platforms down. Otherwise, we're dealing with something quite different. The platform locations feel pretty precisely calibrated to have a long shell deflection. The main issue with that is that you can't activate a P switch if you do that. I'm trying to figure out how to kind of kick the shell without dying to it. And without killing the POW along the way. Because I wonder... Also notice the placement of this gap here. If he hasn't got a long, long deflection... You know, maybe we don't need platforms. Because if you just had a single object over here... No, because then if it comes down to the lower level, it won't get high enough to hit the POW. It has to come down over here. But yeah, let me check something here. POW just falls on top of this. Yeah, I feel like in Maker 2, 100% that POW just kills the shell. Okay, well, now we know. Let's move the POW for a moment. Shell plus P. This. Of course, if you have two shells, we need to consider this for a moment. What if you just have two shells? And you bring two shells with you? Then how do you activate the second POW? Because you would still be firing both shells from the same location, so wouldn't they have the same firing pattern? Unless, of course... Yeah, no, I don't think so. But... if you have a POW... here, if you knock out the first POW with a shell, and you have the second POW located, like, let's say we stack P and POW instead and we take two shells through. This is an idea. We get P, POW. First shell hits the POW. Second shell would come across, hit the spring, and would deflect. And it would probably deflect back through this one-way here, which is something that we have not used yet, the one-way in this stack. Because imagine that one POW has been hit already. You get two springs at the end. The shell would hit the first spring, and then I don't know how high that takes it, but it would probably hit the wall from that point. It's a wall bounce that would send it back here. The wall bounce hits this, it would come out of this one-way panel, deflects this way, and then would it sail across the POW the second time, or would it hit the POW the second time? Because I feel like maybe there's a difference. And we need to see it. We need to try it at least once. I feel like that actually makes more sense. Because up to this point we haven't used this, but the question is, shell coming down this slope, does it cross differently than a shell deflecting through here? I feel like we should try it, actually, because this is promising. I kind of feel like it won't work, but we need to see it. Just hit this. Oh. Oh, and we don't get the second shell because, yeah, I was trying to soft drop the shell onto the Cheep Cheep, but instead it just died. So we didn't actually get to test it, but that's because you can fire a second shell through the Cheep Cheep and deflect it, right? But you would need to wait for the first stack to go down first. So basically you stand on top of the turn block so it doesn't stop turning. You move away from it. You fire a shell at a Cheep Cheep, you jump over it, it deflects. I think the 2-shell method actually makes a lot more sense if the deflection works, and I don't know if it will. Because it requires the POW to not just... Well, it requires the shell to just not cycle indefinitely through this and actually fall towards the POW, which I'm not sure it will do. Because I'm not sure it makes sense for it to do that. But taking 2 shells through actually does make a certain amount of sense. Because that accounts for how you take care of both the turn block and the Cheep Cheep without activating any P-switches and using P-switches entirely as a setup. So, nope. If we can execute that cleanly, then the question is just where to place the POW such that the second shell is going to actually get the correct deflection. I actually feel like a shell coming down through here... You know what? We need to see this, in fact. And there's a way to test this before we do everything. We need to see it. Because what if you do POW plus P? Then if a shell comes down here, cycles through the one-way panel, deflects down to here, if it comes down towards this, and it should actually fall in this gap, it's going to come down this way and hit a POW down here. So it's going to be POW and P in that stack. I think that should work. In fact, that makes a lot more sense. But we're going to test it before we do all the setup up top. We're going to see if the deflection pattern actually happens the way I want it to happen, because then I think we solved it. I remember what you told me earlier about the throw with the P. That totally didn't work. Yeah, so we're going to test the setup. So pretend that everything's deflecting out the P on the other platform. Place POW over here. Place P over here. What we're going to do is we're going to kick this first shell up. No, hang on. I have to remember that I can't just hold a shell into another shell. I think we have the solution, but again, I have to see the deflection pattern in action first because it's a little hard to see from the camera on the top layer, since everything's going to scroll upwards from the little extra bit of level that we have. above the bottom screen. Okay. No. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to send it over. And then I wanted to test a second shell. So even the test runs go badly. Yeah, never mind the test run. We should maybe just do it. So hard to just pick things up sometimes. When we want them to be picked up. And Pokemaster Link, welcome. That was totally accidental. I was reaching over from the keyboard and hit my gamepad triggers by mistake. And we're doing alright. And hope the retro selection today has been treating you well, whatever it was. Okay, shell's in the wrong direction here. Let's... No. We're gonna stack the wrong way. Trying to pick up the shell, not the P-switch. I would kindly walk. Oh, almost sent it across. Okay, let's get things down. Now we need to get all these objects stacked in the right place without destroying anything, which is always tricky. So I'm just trying to make sure that after the first POW has been taken out, that the deflection pattern on the second shell is actually going to work the way I want it to work. No, I'm trying to pick it up. This happens a lot more in Maker 1 and 2, that we try to pick up shells and we kick them instead. It's much less forgiving that way. I haven't even been able to do my test run of this yet because we have so many issues just, you know, picking up objects. Okay, let's see if we can actually do the test run this time. We need to not run those two shells into each other. Which means we... need to... You know what? Let's just do the solution. It's harder to try to do this test setup than it is to do the actual solution. Because the easiest thing is just to get the shells out of the way, and let's just do the solution. I've been talking about it for so long and I haven't been able to actually show it off. Anyway, this POW, we need to not activate it, we need to take it down. We need to throw the P over here. POW on the bottom, P on the top. And hopefully the shell, second shell, is actually going to go down below. So the way I've mapped this out is, first shell comes across and hits the POW. Second shell comes across, bounces on the bottom spring, deflects over the wall, goes through the one-way panel, comes down this one-way panel, falls in this gap, hits the POW. That's what should happen. No. Oh, actually, no, I probably could have still stopped that if I picked it up and jumped on it quickly. And Caustic, welcome. I feel like we've practically solved this puzzle, but we haven't been able to verify it yet because execution mistakes have been so abundant. Okay. And yeah, Caustic, welcome, viewer. Let's up this up. Every time I can get close to finishing a puzzle, I always say, okay, now let's die to execution mistakes for half an hour. And it consistently happens, so maybe we shouldn't be such pessimists about it. Just get things out of the way for a moment. Need to place objects, but they won't bump into each other too much. Okay, there we go. Down here. And then, what we're going to do next is... We got how... Oh, yeah, we need to grab the P. That was the whole point. Grab the POW, up throw the P. Nope. Yeah, I just want to show the solution I'm thinking of, and we just have not been able to do it. Because things are always falling off in the wrong places. It's like the worst part of playing Mario puzzles is the part where you actually have to play Mario, you know? We're unsure because there's one deflection pattern that I have to see in action first. Where I'm trying to check that the shell actually is going to bounce the way I think it's going to bounce. I think it's going to work, but we just haven't been able to show it yet. I'm pretty sure it will work. Okay. But it's really a little bit fussy to show. And we'll have to come back here first. Throw the P in that location. Move the shell out of the way because we'll eventually take it upstairs. Yeah, so we fire the second shell through the Cheep Cheep after the first POW activation has happened. It has to be after the first one, I think. Which also means that we kind of need to stand on top of the turn block to prevent it from closing. That's a very important step that we shouldn't forget. Now let's see. POW should be below the P. POW should be below the P. Shall we devise a contingency plan? I don't know if there are many contingency plans left that we haven't already considered, but But if you want to think of one, that's absolutely fine. If you see that there's a much better solution available. Okay, this is the setup. It should work. We need to not drop these platforms as we go up. Alright. This is itself kind of fuzzy. We need to close this up for sure. We need to not jump on top of the cloud when we grab this next shell. Oh, no. I stood too close to the Cheep Cheep. I stood too close to the Cheep Cheep. You see, this is the kind of thing where... that's why I'm not able to show off the pattern yet, because we actually needed to stand on top of the turn block and face left, so the shell doesn't run into Cheep Cheep. We do need to stand in front of the turn block so it doesn't close. But the Cheep Cheep needs to go to the right. We stand here, we face left. It's very, very subtle. And then when the moment arises, we stand here, we fire. Oh, except it closes pretty much immediately. Yeah, because we can't have the POW hit while the second shell is still on the ground. It should work. But it's actually very tricky to pull off, much trickier than it looks. Because there's so many traps in the way. No, but I do like what we have in mind. It's just that we haven't been able to verify that the shell will actually bounce towards the bottom POW correctly. Okay. Okay, let's move things out of the way for a moment. Thank you so much for the follow. And we'll jump up here. Place. Grab the P. I feel like we figured this out ages ago, it's just that we haven't been able to show it yet. Up throw what we find over here. We know that the first deflection pattern works in terms of getting to the first POW. We've not been able to prove it yet with a second. Okay, let's not drop the platforms. There we go. Kind of need to crouch into it. Knock this down so the spinies don't come down, although it's not a problem if they do, because the shell will cut through. Good. No, we're trying to fire it at the Cheep Cheep, so it deflects off the muncher and goes back, and so we jump over it. No. It's so fussy. It's so fussy. I actually wonder if you can stand with the shell overlapping the turn block and whether that will sustain it without it closing. But we need to get pretty far in to actually show that, I think. Actually, no, we don't need to get far in to show that. We can show that pretty quickly. We'll just skip everything with the POW for a moment. I need to test this. I need to test this to see if it works. Why can't I shoot shells from between the arrows? Because there is a hidden block there. And so I won't be able to jump over to shell deflection. The arrows are there to show you that if you fire a POW before you go into the whole one-way box in the top right, then the POW actually closes the gate because the spinies are going to walk down with the cannons on top. So once you get into the top right box, you close that box where the arrows are pointing, so the spinies don't come down. I think that's kind of optional, actually, but the idea is that the whole purpose of the Muncher and Spiny stack prevents you activating the POW too early. And that's really its only purpose. Okay, so we're not doing the whole puzzle yet. We're just going to show one little thing here. I need to figure out how we're going to do the Cheep Cheep. What if I hold into this? Does the turn block keep on turning? It does. And we do this. Problem is the turn block closes immediately if we do that. And if it closes, then we can't get through. Okay, so we're going to redo just the shell part until we figure out how to get through the Cheep Cheep safely while retaining those shells alive. We absolutely have to see it without spending time on the rest of the puzzle first. Yeah, because it does close immediately if you let go of it. I was hoping that I could do some kind of soft drop towards the Cheep Cheep, and then the shell remains alive. But we need to figure out a positioning for that, if so. Oh yeah, I forgot to get the first one out. Why can't we be faster? Because we have to wait for the first shell to hit the POW. The only other thing that we can do is we fire both shells quickly, but we have to have a precise timing such that the second shell is in the air when the first POW gets hit. If we find that timing, then we don't have to wait. But we would need to find a very, very exact timing such that the shell is in the middle of falling off a platform when the first POW activates. That, to me, is going to take way too many attempts to sort out. But maybe if we practice with just the shells, we can find that timing, and it'll actually work a lot cleaner. We can do it, but I would need to be very, very exact. And I don't think it'll happen, because the first... well, when you fire the shell towards the Cheep Cheep and it's bouncing back, it's going to stay grounded for so long that the POW is going to activate sometime in that window. So I don't think it works. So I'm just going to practice with the shells for a little bit, just so we can figure out what to do with the Cheep Cheep. So the idea is, first of all, Crazy Tone Dog, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Okay, now we have a problem. Trying to soft drop it towards it. Okay, that's how it works. If we can soft drop it like that, then we fire to the left. But it's a very precise timing, as you can see with the Cheep Cheep. Otherwise, you hold the shell into the Cheep Cheep and the shell dies. But if you do that, then you fire the second shell like that. That's how to execute it. So it is a soft drop, but it's a very precise soft drop when it comes to the timing window. Yeah, Crazy Tone Dog, hope you enjoyed your time in Maker 1 as well, as it nears closing down. So now let's put the whole solution together, because that is a big risk at the end, obviously. Let's put the whole thing together. Slowly. Come on. Okay. Now, this way, this way, this way, and then we set up the POW. Okay. So far, so good. Then we send one shell up. No, you know what? We can probably still catch it or not. There's a problem with the shell pickups in Maker 1, isn't there? Much likelier to wind up with a shell kick than in Maker 2. It's a noticeable difference. And we've seen it many times across platforming levels as well as puzzle ones. I don't even know what it is exactly, but it's something to do with your angle going towards it. Okay, so let's be careful. And let's drop it this way. And at this point, we have to get the P-switch as well, because the P-switch will replace the POW in this position. Let's put it out of the way so we don't step on it as we land. We grab the P-switch. Now, of course, this is assuming that the deflection pattern works the way I think it does. With POW in the bottom of the stack. If it doesn't work, then we have to rethink. But the first and most important thing right now that we've finished the setup we want is to make sure we don't lose the second shell to the Cheep Cheep. No, I soft dropped it and forgot to close up the gate as well, and the Spiney's unstacked. Yeah, no, I soft dropped it too early to begin with. I shouldn't do that until the POW has activated, just in case I miss. And actually, even if I don't miss, you don't want to soft drop it against a Cheep Cheep too early, because even if you do hit a Cheep Cheep, the shell still dies to the POW. So we jumped the gun on that a little bit, and we missed. So that was doubly bad. Anyway, let's send this one through again. Yeah, we've understood this puzzle for a while. It's been I mean, the last big insight we had was taking 2 shells up to the corner. That was the big adjustment that eluded me for some time. Oh. Okay, let's send this over here. Over here, there we go. Okay. POW stack next. Dangling a little further than usual. Hang on, let's step on it. Oh. Bad. No wonder the clear rate is so low. None of the execution looks hard either. It's all just really fussy, easy stuff that is just easy to mess up if you're not paying attention. But it's not like the timings are difficult or anything. It's all, you know, very gently paced. It's just that sometimes you run into the wrong object, like I did here. Actually, this was the first time we've accidentally lowered that in quite some time. It's always hard to execute after you figure it out. Yeah, because you get impatient, that's why. Because at that point, I think, you know, you're also keeping your mind on the solution, and having your mind on a particular to the execution is naturally going to feel secondary. We'll get it though. It's within reach. And then, what is going to happen here? Let's think about this. Oh, no, I forgot to get the P-switch. No wonder things look different. Yeah. Up throw on the P. Now let's get the shell out of the way so we don't make mistakes while stacking. Because we do need POW below P. Okay, let's not forget to activate this. And let's hold the shell here. Now we get ready to soft drop, good. Now, this is the moment of truth. Is this going to give me the deflection pattern? We can't actually see it because it's off camera. But we can see if it's going to spill into the pit here. There we go. That's actually not the pattern I thought it would give me. I thought it would go up to the one-way panel, but it works. We're not complaining. Oh my goodness, that took a long time to actually push the buttons for. But we got it. Very good one, though. I mean, I liked the solution and I liked the complications as soon as I saw them. It's just that the room for execution error was extreme, and yeah, I can definitely see where this is coming from. Why are people playing my Maker 1 levels after all this time? What's that even happening with? Anyway, let's yeah, I'm trying to see if I actually have time for anything else today. This was the one that we did not solve previously, right? And this has an even lower clear rate. I don't even remember what we did with this last time. I don't think I'll have time to look at it today necessarily, but yeah, I kind of realize, of course, that we have unfinished business, and with only, what, 2 more days of Maker 1 streaming to go on my channel, probably. We probably won't have time for it, but I might download it or something regardless, and look at it that way. So, I'm never going to beat P-Boost. Yeah, I don't even remember what it was that time that got me stuck. But yeah, 3 historical clears, and there's very few plays, though. But again, you know, even if you solve the puzzle, I think sometimes execution is something that you can't help me with, right? So, apart from telling me that you could just throw the P through the shell to get the shell bounce, which didn't occur to me because I always thought of it as a soft drop, because I always thought of it as the same interaction as dropping a P-switch on top of a Yoshi, because it's the same bounce that you get on top of a Yoshi. So, you know, it would never ever have occurred to me to execute it the way that you advised. Anyway, thank you so much for these, Tub and Chub. Good to get through a couple of these today and get a bit of puzzle content in here, because we hadn't really done that with Maker 1 lately. I think I'm trying to decide if it makes sense to push on. The clear rate is wildly inflated there because 2 of those people had already cleared previous versions of it before you had to re-upload. Okay, I see. Yeah. So like I said, I would have to look through my old footage, because I don't even remember what the problem I ran into was with the P-Boost. Yeah, let me see if I have something like a comparatively easy code to start winding things down today. But oh, since we're kind of on a puzzle kick, there's one puzzle that was recommended to me that I'm going to look at. It's part of a set, but we won't really necessarily have time to look at the set, so I'll just do it by itself. It's the hardest puzzle you've ever made and uses a ton of obscure Maker 1 stuff, yeah. So this is the Puzzling 2. This was made in 2015, very early in the first few weeks of the game. I suspect that, given the upload date, that it was maybe a very early influential one-screen when it comes to the development of the one-screen form. Good Ken has a whole series of these, and he's got a whole series of puzzles, but this one, for some reason, this was kind of mentioned to me specifically, so we'll take a look at it. It will probably maybe be comparatively relaxed next to some of the Tub and Chub ones we just did, but we don't know that for a fact, so let's take a look and find out. So yeah, I'll be streaming as much Maker 1 as I can, both tomorrow and the day after, because we have a lot that we want to see, and, you know, this game is closing down, so we can only do so much. So every blaster started in a particular position and spat out a POW. Let's take a look at the positioning. They started out pretty close to the ends of their respective belts. And this door is matched with this door. This door is therefore matched with the other door. And we would need to, first of all, fall down the donut block. Come up here. We don't see a P-switch for freezing conveyors, but I think that if we manage to go out this door and through this one, for example, by grabbing the POW, then all of the POWs are going to come out the right side of the blaster. So the idea is to do this. And then everything should come out the right side, except this POW, for some reason, is not available until we find some way to that block and deactivate it first, perhaps. Or, well, deactivate a second, we can do that too. We can perhaps eventually find our way up to the shell with, say, 2 POW blocks. And if the shell comes through here and hits this, we get a 3rd POW block. Why would we want that? Well, because eventually blocking this off is going to be the key to getting over to the axe. Blocking this off and having the shell, or rather having the turn block be available. So let's figure it out. Yeah, because obviously if you open this up, you get another POW on the right side. I wonder, actually, if... Well, first of all, I don't know how to get a top POW right now. Because we would need to find some way to get up there, maybe with a spin jump on top of the Buzzy Shell, but... I wonder if we can spawn through this door and have enough time to drop a POW over here to obstruct, and then we get a second POW that way. Is there a POW drop? I don't think so. I doubt it. I mean, I've done it before, but under special circumstances. I don't think it's made our POW drop. But we won't rule anything out. Right, because we need to use this POW in order to enter here. So we would need 2 POWs in order to enter through here. And we have enough time to soft drop a POW to the left. If you do that, you obstruct this one and you get a second POW that comes through. But we would need to have access to 2 POWs to do that. But we can do that, maybe, by going through here and having 2 POWs available now. So, okay, we're holding bottom POW. Won't matter which, actually, I don't think. Well, except we want the middle one to spawn. So we will spend the middle one on the door. Take this one with us. Oh, no, actually, because if we take this one with us, then the bottom one won't spawn. Wait, if we just have 2 POWs, then maybe that's enough to get over to Fuzzy. Or maybe you need 3 for that. I don't gauge height very well, but the idea eventually is to do this. And if you're using the bottom POW to do that, then this doesn't stuff you with an additional POW, because that would of course be a problem if you're trying to get through the axe. So if we think of these bottom to top as POW 1, POW 2, POW 3, we do want POW 1 to eventually be the soft drop into this location. Now, how far off are we from this jump? Yeah, 2 POW stack would actually give you the Buzzy Shell, so let's do that. Now, with the Buzzy Shell, I think we would actually be able to get a jump up to the top. Particularly if we... Well, I mean, let's take a look at this. Without dying to the spike. Build a better staircase here. We can just do this, actually, except, of course, the POW's in the wrong direction right now because we spawned in that location. But if you take POW 1 with you... I don't remember which POW we're holding, actually. Oh, we shouldn't have done that. Hang on. Yeah, that's POW 2. That's good. That's fine. We take POW 1. And we're going to drop both of these down below. POW 1 is here, POW 2 is here. We want to spend POW 2 on a door, because then we take POW 1 through, and we get POW 2 and 3 out of their respective slots. And POW 1 and 2 give us access to POW 3, so... And then we'll have 3 POWs available. Okay, POW 3 is here. Now, why does that matter? Because if you take POW 3 with you, then, well, you can only take 1 through the door, obviously, so you'll eventually still have 1 POW for a soft drop, but if you have POW 3 available, then you can use it as an obstruction. You would spawn POW 1, and that's okay, because... let's think about this. Let's get the Buzzy first. This is POW 3. I don't remember what these are. Right now, of course, there's a bit of an issue that the blaster is not obstructed, so the Buzzy Shell will not actually be relevant to this round, perhaps. Unless we just take the Buzzy through with us, plus a POW. Hang on. Leave this for a moment. We entered the POW. We just come down to the left and we just fire the Buzzy Shell before we get squished. Maybe. Let's try it that way, actually. This might be a bit of a shortcut, but... Oh yeah, I didn't realize how short in time we were. Hang on. Positioning is a bit weird here. Oh, whoops. I forgot about the empty slot there. Yeah, so no, we do need a POW drop in that location and probably find a fuzzy from the right. So that's fine. Time pressure does that to people. Okay, no, the sequence is actually not too tricky. I think we do eventually drop POW 3 down here, and then POW 1 is going to spawn. But that's okay, because maybe we can stand there and catch it in time. Like if we drop and we follow it, we have enough time to stand there and just catch POW 1, perhaps. Unless we just fully obstruct it by doing so. So what we'll do is we will take this back around. We will spawn to the right. We will then take POW 2 in with us to get access to POW 1 and 2. Holding POW 1. This allows you to get the staircase up to POW 3. POW 1 is at the bottom. POW 2 is second. Oh, no, we haven't reversed through it yet. Hang on. POW 2 needs to be at the doorstep if we want to get up to POW 3, so POW 2 will be here, POW 1 comes with us. Now we go POW 1, we go POW 2, we go POW 3. Now, it doesn't matter which POW we take at this point. Because POW 3 is the one that has to come with us through the door. So one of these will act as the step. POW 3 comes through. Drop. And we obstruct. I don't think we did it quickly enough. I think, though, that maybe we can come over here and grab POW 1 from this side. Yep, that's how to do it. Now we've got the Buzzy Shell, and now we finish. There we go. Yeah, let's send it over this way. Grab the axe. Okay. Now, I think that's all I have time for today, unfortunately. I will run as much as I can in the days that remain. I may even try to do some kind of bonus stream that is outside of my usual time and during more human accessible hours. If I can manage it. I'm not sure yet if that will happen. But we obviously have lots and lots and lots more Maker 1 that we want to get through that we're just not going to finish anyway. And it's nice that we kind of had a puzzle day and a bit of a catch-up on Tub and Chub as well, just to bring in some extra viewer content. But yeah, good session today. Quite happy with that. And we are going to close up for the time being and send you folks on to somewhere else. And we'll hopefully be back soon enough. Certainly in the same time slot, if not with an additional one, if I can somehow cram it. And Tub and Chub, yeah, I'm glad you got to see your levels 1 last time, at least for now, until people get, Pretendo Network up and running. If it sort of delivers on the archive as promised. whenever that happens. But while they're still in live servers and while we can still see all the death markers and clears and all that, I'm glad we got to show them off and give you a good look at them from a player's perspective one more time. So we're going to send you folks somewhere else. I'm usually the only one who's still on Maker 1 at this hour, but I'll check. And we usually have a couple of other choices as well when it comes to rating. But regardless, thanks for watching. There's so much more to do and so little time to do it in. And until we meet again, enjoy everything that you may be doing as this game winds down, including any archiving you may be doing, which I have to do, and it's going to take me like a full day or so just to grab levels to fill my core spot. But whether you are doing the same or not, have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. And we'll hopefully see you again as we bid farewell to Mario Maker 1 together. Until then, as always, fare thee well.